Hello, happy Friday. This is colleague J.N.S with Nakhti University, and I hope you guys are having a great week. I know it's a lot going on, and so I hope that people has been able to keep their spirits up and stamina and whatnot. Same with me. I'm actually um, back from it's like a little slight little sinus cold, like a little sinus pressure. So I've been taking me some nice little herbs and whatnot, and trying to get some relaxation. By that, we're talking about mental relaxation. Just some peace of mind. And so we are here today because I do want to discuss a topic that I've been thinking of, for quite a while. Honestly, to be honest, since 2019, off and on 2019, and then um, and it's based on I had it on a dream that I had, since I would say probably starting since the age of 12, but the dream has been over you know, 20 times, same area, same dream, same, but whatever, I oftentimes, don't think too much into those things. But one of the topics that I want to talk about today is, the idea of Black Americans and traveling, or Black Americans and, you know, the question of travel, temporary, um, reprieve, and how does that look like? Like, how does class affect that? Um, Under which circumstances does one think that a situation like that could be used as leverage? Or could it, be a smart move? Or, as far as in terms of, I'm talking solely as this is going to be like a very um, militarily scientific video, I'll say, because we're going to, it's to do with strategy and not emotion in terms of leverage and in terms of reality and just a question. I do first and foremost want to say I do think it's an individual thing. So this is not a video telling me what people should do, like, oh, you should stay and fight, you should leave, you should, do this, do that. It's just me getting off ideas pretty much, and um just expressing ideas and whatnot. But I do want to preface that this is not a video telling people, like, I think people should do this. I think people, at the end of the day, people gonna do what they want. My quest is, though, for people to, as far as my call to action in terms of what I am asking, is that people tune in to their inner voice at this time, in terms of their intuition and in terms of their higher self, like knowing when it's your voice, your spirit, and your soul mission. That's what's important. Um, Individually, and if you're in community, even collectively. And so that's one of the topics that I want to talk about, like in lieu of political psyops, but even governance restructuring, either how you look at it, whether you're aware that a lot of it is of how the system works in terms of esoteric politics, intelligence, shadow governments, as well as mainstream politics and what's fed on the news. Um, what I'm going to discuss relating to that kind of covers both. I have to say, it's for both audiences that can read between the lines. The other segue that I want to talk about in terms of the conversation is the process, or the productive value and machinations of ascension versus descension. It's not really a versus. It's not even either or, because it's cyclical, and so it moves more like a spiral than just a linear pattern, or even a ladder, to be honest. Um, but ascension and descension, and I am going to talk a little bit about Jacob's ladder, to be honest, and um, the dream he had about the angels ascending and descending, and then the pillar to stone, all that. We would cover just a little bit of that, because that's obviously allegory for something else. Probably really was a dream, but him expressing that, you could take something else much deeper from it. But what does it mean to ascend? Like, when we say ascension, can we define that? Because I want to talk about, like, the definition of ascension from my perspective, and then what is the process of descension, is there any productive value in descending? And is it a by to me, I see it as a byproduct of the phenomenon of the true definition of what ascension is. And so once, and when we talk about this spiral and this cyclical cycle, once I explain my definition and then how I think that dissension is a byproduct of it, I think people will be able to, to see where I'm going with it. And hopefully, it could be of value to someone that perspective, because when we dichotomize ascension versus descension, then it could create this us versus them, and it create the denial of the higher self and the lower self. Where when this situation where people have to choose either or, and then not understand how to integrate the process of the ascension and descension even within themselves. So or for that would, if you look at that as a higher and lower self, and then that leads to repression, soul repression, um, but also a shadow. That shadow starts to develop, and so the dichotomizing of ascension or descension, um, it's not necessary to me, but it is a process, a very real process. And people go up and people go down and people go back up and people go back down. And if you don't want to look at it as up and down, you could look at it as a spiral that goes like a spiral staircase. And within that spiral staircase, you could think of the movie, I want to say it's Silo. Remember when they had that little spiral staircase, but every level, there was things to do on each level. So it's not even necessarily no longer a staircase. It becomes, the tower, so to speak, a spiral tower. And then, on each level, there may be a room or so to speak, um, that's even when you think of the Tower of Babel and uh, Jacob's Ladder, it should make more sense to people for those that's really in the know. I'm not breaking all that down online. So I would do it offline, but I'm saying I'm not doing it online because we have enemies of our souls. um, online and offline, but you know, you could do a better process of vetting before you even get to the point of such an endeavor. Um, right. But yeah, when you think of the ascension descension process, I would look at it as yeah, a tower that maintains this spiral staircase, kind of like the movie Silo. Just like how your DNA looks. You see how that spiral, you see how that's a ladder. Now you should understand Jacob's ladder, and uh yeah, you should understand the the element of that the Jacob's ladder, what it actually means now, you know, um, on some level, and then the situation of Luz, which we'll get into there, or what the pillar that he set up and named Bethel. Uh, yep, and so that's one aspect of the conversation that I want to talk about. Very pensive today, like the weather is kind of like it's not sunny, but it's not gloomy either. It's a very mediocre, and um, it's interesting because they were talking about they're getting ready some sort of forecast, and then I went to go look into like, well, how is the almanac? How do they um determine their weather? And I found that it was only a 52% accuracy. I said 52%. I could do a better job of that. That was so interesting because then they have this proprietary methodology for um forecasting the weather. I said, no wonder why don't we get rid of it. It sounds like they said call it a proprietary. Is it HARP? Proprietary tech. Do you create the weather, or does the weather create itself? I'll say this. Given this proprietary method, they were using astrology and using some, obviously acknowledgement of sun placements and whatnot. And so I kind of, some people they know that intuitively, especially like if you come from an agriculture lineage, like for a lot of I don't come from the farm myself, but for generations, that's what my ancestors did, a lot of farming and stuff. And so, if you have to farm, obviously you probably did have an almanac. But if not, there is other ways to know how to calculate the weather. And so today I was like, well, if they get rid of the forecast, how would we know the weather in terms of harvest and seasons and all that? And so I said, well, there's sun placements and studying certain things. And so I said, well, let me see if I can accurately predict the weather to a T today. And so I said, well, what do I think it's going to be? And so I looked in the morning, and I was like, mm, I think it's going to be 70 degrees today. I said max. I said, I think it's going to drop to 69. It's going to be about 70 today. And it is 70 today, 70 degrees today right now. But it was 69 not too long ago, but it's been 70 degrees all day. And so I was like, nah, I guess they say we're going to be able to predict the weather. I said, well, um, there's some of us will still be. And then that's an easy process, because then you could create a calendar with the stones based off of the sun placements. Um, and that should also, like, there's certain methods of the sun, and then obviously the directions, east, west, north, south, and then it's certain trees, and then there's certain stones that you can align, and you could be able to still tell the weather pretty accurately, and even time the weather, and definitely time. That method is actually used for time, but you could tell when the weather is going to change based off of certain things, but not so much the stone method. It wouldn't be the stone method for that one. That is study. That's more so sun, to be honest, and even the clouds, obviously, and even the feel of the wind will let you know. Um, But even if you don't have the wind, you could do it inside. Even if you like today, I just tested myself, and I said, well, let me do it before I go out there, not just try to feel what the temperature feel like. I said, let me do it just by looking at the sky and observing the sun today. And so that's just a thing for people who, the encouragement for people who, are in agriculture, and they feel like, well, they're going to get rid of the forecast and stuff. And they talked about the almanac only being 50% accurate. You could do that yourself. You can predict it yourself. And I'm pretty sure many already have been doing it. They know, probably just intuitively. Okay. So we get back on topic. That was a big tangent. Apologize for that. Let me just make sure my sound is good so we can discuss the topic. Make sure the sound is good. Okay, okay. Okay. And another thing, I'm trying to work on that the sound with somebody gracefully, and I'm thankful for them for bringing it to my attention that, you know, that with all that clicking and all that, the sound quality, touching all on the computer and all that, and how I be clicking around, and how some the device is not leveled right, so then you can hear it's moving around. And I know that's been happening with several of my videos, and so I was grateful for somebody to be like, they was like, you got to work on it, because it's hard to hear. You're trying to listen into the content or to the information, and then he's clicking, and it's moving around and stuff. So I'm trying to be very mindful of that today. And so I don't have my hands all on the desk and all on the, I remove the pillow and all, I'm not moving all around and stuff and trying to increase quality of sound. Okay, but let's talk about, should Black Americans travel or be sitting ducks? So when we talk about Black Americans, should they, leave in lieu of this political stuff? Obviously, it wouldn't all be all Black Americans. All Black Americans can't afford to leave. Not all Americans, in period, can afford to leave. So it's a privilege thing, for one. We want to establish that. But then it depends. For one, it's an individual thing. Leave and go where. Um, I do think it's an individual thing, and then I think um if people wanted to do that collectively due to if any destabilization of current governance structures, in terms of us getting illegally targeted, where it's a matter of preserving the quality of life or in search of something better than clearly if there's a destabilization, we would bear the brunt of it. But at the same time, we also are used to like certain aspects of what other people are freaking out about now in terms of like destabilization around jobs and pay and um, certain discriminations and all that stuff. I have to say, I could just speak for myself personally. Um, and growing up, and I would even say collectively that we've kind of used to it. um, so the thing we have to be aware of is propaganda for one. When having this discussion, it has to be situated in the context of what is political propaganda, what is reality, and what is a psyop, and what type of psyop, because if a psyop can still manifest reality and a psyop can still affect you, can this psyop affect me? And if so, in what ways? And if not, can it? Should I be prepared for anything? And what is the goal or what is the mission of said psyop? Is it to harm me or people that I love? Or is it do I benefit from the psyop? And do the people that I love benefit from it? And so when we talk about like two-party systems, politics, and the system working the way it's designed to work in terms of late stage capitalism, um, and the maturing of the market cycle and even the country, for those who understand like the S curve and whatnot, um, maturing of the transitioning of what we're supposed to be doing collectively as a country, and then the resistance to that. You have to do risk management around all those things. Um, and so when we situate the context of, you know, do Black Americans like what ways are you personally being affected by the psyop? Or I won't use because psyop, even though I came, I was the one using it some years ago, I put it in the book, but I'll say, this this political hoopla, in a sense that we're supposed to have this governance and we're supposed to have this democracy and we're supposed to do, we have this thing, we pay taxes, and then the ways in which there's a breakdown in terms of have and have nots and in terms of um dishonesty and corruption in the government, um in the intelligence, and it's just a lot going on. And so um the ways in which that corruption and lack of transparency and deception affects certain communities more than others. And so when it comes to Black Americans, you know, a segment of us, the majority of us, unless you're like Boule or the elite, we have been getting the short end of the stick of things. Especially for those of us that, operate on the fringe of the system, we do our own thing, or we uh, have our own way, our own free thinking, our own mind, like we're not under mind control. And so there's levels to it. But we understand what it's like to um get a short end of the stick sometimes. Not all the time, but some, and I'm not saying we don't have nothing to be grateful for, because in many ways, a lot of us don't have anything to complain with about. In many ways, even what I'm talking about is probably not going to affect a lot of Black Americans. Like what I'm talking about is most likely not even of concern or worry to, it could, quite possibly the average Black American, compared to the stuff that I observe, and so it either tells me that people are aware that, I'm not going to let, that external distraction and that external nonsense in government affect, day-to-day living, which I think that's the smart move for everybody. The other aspect is I think there are people that are legitimately scared, or legitimately worried. I know me personally, I spoke with someone who told me that a very high ranking Black Americans were being removed from, certain military positions, including herself, and they were doing it illegally. And obviously, that means lawsuits ensue. People are going to sue. You know, they have proof that it's being done illegally. they have, and obviously these are not mainstream people. These are not politicians, and so this is stuff behind the scenes. But like in 1 week, it was like five people, whatever, and these are not, this is it was concerning to me. But the one thing she said, she's like, they're not hiding it anymore. And I'm thinking, like, not hiding it anymore. And it, obviously she's talking about, she feels that she was discriminated based on what I was told, but I don't want to talk about all that, but she got fired, but it's like, um, it's a lot to take in. And so in 2019, I remember feeling really uncomfortable. I was at Columbia University, and then I remember like feeling like I just didn't fit in. Like I just had this existential crisis in 2019 for like 4 months. It literally lasted like 4 months where I was like literally every day planning where I was, planning to leave the country in 2019. Then I noticed, this ramp up with delineation started around that time. And so it gave me second thoughts, but it was like for 4 months in 2019, I just was like, every single day, like researching, you know, expect how to move stuff in a container, if you have to move stuff overseas, like where to go, Um, and so for me, it was based off this dream that I kept having, probably around like 11 or 12, of the same dream of, having to leave. And it did appear to be an emergency and it did appear to be temporary, but it was like the specific place, same dream over and over again, with a specific place. It was not in Africa. Um, which I was kind of, I was like, well, maybe, the dream will switch and the location would be in Africa. But I know because I was always trying to force, not that I want to go. Back then I was into the Africa stuff, and so back then I would try to force the the dream before the diaspora wars, like, but it would never. It was the same. It would be the same place, the same location, over and over again. And, since I was 11 or 12, but it was always like done under like this sort of like not duress, but like an emergency. Like, and it wasn't just affecting me, it was other people doing it too. And that dream had been since I was like 11 or 12. And I never had a timeline of it. I never thought it would come to pass. I never thought too much of it, but I do know the dream is at least like at least I mean a lot, over 20 times, that same dream. And so um it made me think like, okay, with all this stuff going on, because something like, is this the start of, whatever that was growing, that dream that I kept having. And if it's not, I'm not going to try to force it. I'm not one that's thinking that hard about it. But what I would say is that it certainly made me pack two suitcases just in case, okay, based on what's going on. And they packed, I've still bought furniture and stuff for my place, and I got plants everywhere. Got I bought some furniture and whatnot, and office chairs and a little couch and stuff. I made sure it was all cheap though. Um, nothing expensive, nothing that, because I kind of felt that feeling. And then one day, and it's kind of actually at night, it kind of was this on one, but it was like, whew, like some sort of angelic vision. I don't know what that was. But I just got up and just like took two big suitcases, actually just three of them, but if I can only get away with two, I'll just take two. And then even if I just have to take one, I'll just take one. And then even if I have to take nothing, I still have a way to, like, you know what I mean? Like it's planning, but I said, well, let me just pack something. Because I thought that, I'm like, I don't know what's going on. I don't know let me just pack me some. So The feeling didn't go away until like I told myself, what can I absolutely want to take with me and what do I would have to throw away? And this happened, I want to say like in May. I was like in May. Just woke up one in the middle of the night, just started packing up stuff. Then I spent like, this 3 suitcases. Not because I didn't like where I'm at now, but just in case, like, I'm like, well, what if I have to just rush in and leave? And so I personally do have, and I'm not the only person that has done this. I know somebody that has had a stuff. They, what's it called? Preppers. It's some type of. She said she had her survival and prepper and travel bags. Uh, in a spare room already packed, ready to go by the spare room that's by the garage door, and um she said this was like in 2018. In 2018, this girl said this, and she said she had her stuff, and she said she told her husband if she packed all his stuff up and all this stuff and got it all by a spare room by the garage door by the where the car is at. And she said, if you just come home one day and you see all that stuff out that room in that car, and I'm telling you that we gotta go. Don't question nothing. She said, promise me you're not gonna question nothing. Just promise me you're just gonna get in that car. All our stuff is packed already. And that was like in 2018. Um, and then she said it again in 2019, 2020, like it's all packed, with the pandemic stuff, because people didn't know what was going on with that. But now we come up with 2025 and they talking about starting a Qatar air base, military, Qatar uh, is coming to build an air base on U.S. soil. What has happened? All this nonsense with a $400 million debt jet, and then now they get to build a Qatar air base in the U.S. and call that peace or some nonsense like that. And it's like, the Americans didn't ask for that. What are we, what and what is who's brokering deal? Like, uh, it's a mess. That's not even that to me is the least of our worries. It's a lot of other stuff going on, and I know people in their everyday life is more so concerned with what is on in front of their very reality. The fact that a lot of people may have been gotten, they say furloughed and they didn't get their checks because of some shutdown and stuff like that. Um, so people are worried more so about things of that nature, not no Qatar Air Base and all this nonsense, and someone, an actor getting, some prize and some award, some Nobel Prize, and all. It's like it's ridiculous. It's like, why is our rent so high, and why is food gonna, and why it is people talking about they applying for 300 jobs and 500 jobs and all this stuff, but there's no jobs, and those jobs are usually formalities because it's illegal to not publicly list certain positions, and you have to make it seem like you have it open for the public, and so most of the time those positions are filled and they're internal, and so any postings, a lot of those postings that you see, they are formalities. They just go through the process of posting it up there legally. So when it comes to meeting status quo and certain data collection, that's literally all it is. Especially if you receive like government funding and all those things. And so, um, you know, when I think of the question of like, should Black Americans, should we travel, should we leave, and all these things? Again, I said my thing was, if you have a dream, if you feel a calling, if you got an inkling, if you feel in your intuition, if you feel something not right, like that you should dip and you have a better positionality somewhere else, even if temporary, I do think a Black American should make that individual decision or even collective decision and make that happen. I will say for those who have the means to do that, they've already done it and or they already planning it. And there are people that know, like I know the Black Americans in the military. Um, well, one that a couple, they were dipping. We talking about like they know how to get stationed in another country, and that's their best bet, and they've already taken advantage of those things. Um, in terms of like, well, they doing all of this, let me hurry up and get stationed somewhere else out, somewhere they're more familiar with, or some, things like that. And so that's the reality. There are people that are thinking of making those moves, trying to get second and dual citizenship elsewhere. And so location wise becomes important though, because I do know that there is a segment of Black Americans that have experienced travel way more than I have, way more qualified to talk about the topic than me. Um, and so, when we asked that question about, okay, if Black Americans, we already answered it. If they get a call in, if you feel like you have that calling and you have a dream, or you just feel it, pay attention to your gut at this, your inner voice, your vision, not an influencer, not a religion, not a government, not the news, not what you and your soul feel at this time, at this current juncture. And then you base on what situations affect you in your businesses, what policies affect you in your businesses, how these policies affect you in your family, and your finances. Now, um, when you think about location part, that also becomes a thing, because the one thing you want to consider is their quality of life index. And so, obviously, you're looking at air quality, crime, water quality, the utilities. If you work remote, you definitely want to check, that Wi-Fi in their area and whatnot. But obviously, things like sewer, uh, there the markets in the area, the transportation. How is their transportation like? And so, a lot of us will be very hard to adjust to certain standards of living that may not be on par with what we've built infrastructurally in America. And so you have to, what I would say, the mindset you want to go in is that you're back to basics. And other countries, are advanced too. I'm not saying that. I'm just saying for those that like say, a lot of Black Americans probably would go to the islands, like maybe travel to Europe, maybe not, but I got a feeling, if people were to do something like that, they probably would choose some of these islands, and maybe some of the more unknown ones. Like people probably wouldn't just do, some of the ones that are known to kind of price gouge American expats. So they probably wouldn't go to like certain places, but like say even certain countries in Asia, like a lot of Black Americans, it's not a secret. A lot of people do Thailand. A lot of Black Americans go to Thailand. Instead of there's actually an expat group of Black Americans over in Thailand. Um, you know, when they travel there, and to be honest, from what I hear, they be getting rent, a lot cheaper, 300, 400, $500, per month or whatever. They have an easier time finding things, depending on what city you go to, right, in Thailand. But that's just one. I'm not recommending it. I'm telling people to go to Thailand. I'm just throwing something out. Certain places, even in Trinidad, there was a group of Black Americans that had to go to Trinidad, and they also, some of them places they had $300, $400 a month for rent and stuff. And so my point is, like, if you're going to look for something like that in the islands, especially if you're looking to save some money and you work remote, make sure that Wi-Fi is somewhat stable so that you can, get your work done. But also look for expat groups that have Black Americans, or whatever your ethnicity is, because there's probably other people listening to this. Um, and then obviously, some of the residency laws and whatnot, the visa laws and whatnot of that country. They have work visa and all different types of things. So some work visas are easier to get than others. Some that you have to have a certain amount in your bank account to travel and long term to certain countries and whatnot. And so it's a lot of research. So I would say that's definitely an individual decision, and it's probably coming from a position of more privilege. And that I have to be honest. when we recommend something like that, that it's only speaking probably to like the rest of us that can't afford to move right now or have to save up, and that includes myself. And so that's how I'm not on no mission to tell anybody to the stay or leave. I have to make it emphatically clear that I think that the highest, how do I say this? I think that those of us that know what time it is, I think that it would be wise for them. Like when I gave that suggestion, it was for Judahite heirs that have the funds to. And that means like if you know you were as a targeted individual and you know you have the funds to, then I do think that um, you know, that would be wise. Like if you know that you're out totally outside and you're outside, you know, you have some understanding of where I'm going with this and then what the things that I have been talking about you understand frequency wise and can read between the lines of what's going on, and then you have the means, you have the funds. And so I did ask for certain people to start, and that's only from those of that bloodline. It wasn't for everybody. It wasn't me telling everybody that. It was just for that specific people in that bloodline. It's a very small amount of people, actually. And so, obviously, if people feel the need to probably save more or keep their head down and try to make a move in it, maybe, a couple of years or whatever, that's just all up to the individual. But what I would say is definitely pay attention to that, to the, to how you can make the move benefit you, even if it's temporary or long term, but then like what kind of ways you can save. Obviously, if you don't work remote, then you'll have to have connections to actually find work, and so that can be difficult, and so it's definitely something I just couldn't blankly tell Black Americans to do as a directive. But another aspect of things is like collectively, if we were to get targeted, um, I think that there has to be a contingency plan um, to if there was a group of us that were seeking to do such a thing in terms of finding expat community elsewhere or even building one. Obviously, that planning is not done not right now or online or anything, but I do think that collectively in probably small pockets, people that want to uh, do it together, or say even with your group, your chapter, there's a lot of organizations, a lot of Black organizations that say if you have the network where it's like, well, I have a network of 50 people or 20 people, and we all can, create a pool of where we want to go and set up shop and leave. Um, think that that's also a consideration if you feel led to do that. The only thing that I would suggest is to go to spaces where you go to stations rather where there's already a Black American expat community there, and there's a lot. A lot of people don't know that there is a lot. There's even Jamaican ones too. The Jamaicans do tend to go to Africa more when they do shut up their expat communities. See, I know like Thailand has one of Black Americans, the Dominican Republic has one of Black Americans, Trinidad, Liberia still has one, believe it or not, Ghana has one. Um, and then, a lot of places in South America have them too. Um, and by that, we're talking about Black Americans who know where to go and find other Black Americans. Um, but when it comes to the Jamaicans, they have those as well. But what the Jamaicans do though, a lot of them did start an expat community group, obviously in Ethiopia, due to the Rastafari and the Rastafari and Haile Selassie. So a lot of them did when he threw that call out, a lot of them did take advantage of that back then. But they also have an expat. They have a community in Ghana too, and they stick to themselves. It's just a pretty big community. And then there are some Black Americans that go and stay with them. when they travel. And so I think it's like I said, an individual thing. And I do think that if you have a collective, if it doesn't get to the point where it has to be done collectively, then that's where your contingency plans come in terms of setting up the networks without having to actually move. You know what I mean? And so it's like you're creating a multi-levered case scenario, if and type of logic. Like, so if this happens, then and this, or else this, or else that. It's kind of like, it's very logic oriented. And so when we talk about like right now, if this shutdown affects blah blah blah, then we do this. If this happens, then we do that. And so right now, um, you don't want to be in a position where you're a sitting duck or where you're being boiled alive, like as a frog just sitting in that pot. I don't think that we're quite at that point as the Americans in general. Um, when I say quite at that point, I could be wrong on that assessment and that timing. I'm telling you. So I want to be open about that. Because I know that I can be naive and I know that I don't have all the facts. And so I know my own gullibility let me even make decisions or even lend support to things I shouldn't have, even in the past. And so I have openly admitted that. Um, and so, I don't quite think that we are at the point of where we have to, you know, uh, think of that collective contingency plan to get out. But I think that the the prerequisite work um, should be in place for people that are interested. Um, and so what that looks like is, this, obviously you're still working, you're still taking care of your family, you're still doing whatever you have to do, you're still minding your business here. But for those who get an inkling about, well, maybe they should try to find a place at least with some cheaper rent. They can save, only pay $300, $400 a month for a whole apartment or something. A 3-bedroom apartment. They got some of that like in Thailand. 3-bedroom apartment. For $500, a house for 500. Like. But anyways, if you find that inkling, I think that people should start to collate the prerequisite work. And what does that mean? Um, collecting data of current expat Black American stations, not in an intelligence sense or not, this is a private thing, okay? And I'm not telling, and I'm hoping, if Rose will say, well, whatever you say, the government's probably just going to monitor whatever, they already know, okay, where's what is what. Um, but what I would tell Black Americans that are interested is to start to take note of where there are existing Black American expat communities and which countries they're in. Don't write it out on a computer. Just, do your research very sporadically and staccato. And if you have to write something down, write it in your notebook about where it was at. Just write details in notebook or commit it to memory at this point. I'm committing a lot to memory myself. It's a lot. um, and so you do that and start to even look at the pros and cons of those. After you do that, you just assess what country, first of all, see if there's one in the country you want to go to. Like obviously Jamaica has one, you know, a lot of the islands, you'll find pretty much a Black American expat group in it, or even American, like even if you're not just looking for Black Americans, right? Um, American expat groups. You can find American expat groups everywhere. Let's be real. You know, if you broaden it outside of just Black, you're going to find it in every country. Make no mistake about it. The only thing is with the American expat groups is that they'll tend to charge more. That's the only thing. And so, what a lot of the Black Americans have done, they knew that was what was happening. And so, especially if they're going to the islands, what they were just doing was finding areas where pretty much the darker skinned people were at, and so that way they're able to get the same a really good, decent rate. It's on $200 a month in rent and all this stuff, and they know where the farmers market. It's about real basic living though, because unfortunately, wherever the darker skinned people, especially if it's like an Asian country or the Latino countries, the people get the short end of the stick. So, um, and I know that may sound, but I'm saying like I remember when I was doing my research in 2019, there was literally uh a group of, you know, like not even a group, but like a Black American saying like, well, they instead of staying with where the rest of Americans were, that they could go, you know, even venture a little bit out. They could get, you know, lower pricing for housing, but also, you know, there's you know, certain expect groups, especially like the one in the Dominican Republic. There was and this is actually documented. What was it? There was a whole documentary on this. I think it was like on PBS. That group of Black Americans who they got on boats. They got paid to leave, but they had the documentations, and so they kept all their records. They were born in America, like, and it was like in the 18. Slavery was still going on. It was the early 1800s. Like again, there's a documentary on this. And so they obviously had their records and whatnot. They were free people of color, but they still went by Negro. And so they got on a boat and went to the Dominican Republic because they wanted to keep certain um, characteristics in heritage and culture, which is interesting is they knew where in Dominican Republic they were going, where to go, and he still happened to be there to this day. Last names are like Johnson and Washington. Everybody else got like the Dominican last names and the Spanish last names, but it's this small community that they speak Spanish too. But they were showing their records. They were showing boat records. They were showing, you know, they little birth certificate records of where they was born in the Americas on the documentary. And it was interesting because they sound and look just like us. Uh, even though, you know, they was the same color as the Dominicans, they still had like it was just a it was still that same recognizable energy, even though they spoke Spanish. It was certain ways that they talk. They still, it's not like they kept an American accent, right? It's not that. It wasn't like a Southern accent, but it was like I think it was the posture and then like the last names threw me off. Like them look, they were showing their records, like they kept passing the records down, and they said, "Well, yeah, we all came." They had a little, nice little. It wasn't like a city, but more so like a town that they had set up shop in, more like a town. And so that was interesting, you know. And they had talked about coming. I guess they did the documentary. I don't know why it was like years ago, but they were just talking about like how they wanted to visit and you know certain things and how it was just interesting. Um, and so that's just in the Dominican Republic. That same situation also happened in Trinidad. There was a group also in the 1800s that had to go to Trinidad, and they got pretty impeccable records too on that. Um, you'd be shocked. There's actually uh, and we're not talking about, you know, like, you know, people call it people that's just cosplaying, like, oh, I'm just gonna cosplay. Like this was stuff that this was not, this was way before the delineation movement. This was before even reparations, you know, and so it was no incentive. There was no at that time, like people was like, oh, I'm not Black. That people were on that type of time still. I'm not Black. I'm Jamaican. I'm not Black. I'm Trinidadian. Don't ever call me Black. It was that type of time. Let's be real. And everybody know that type of time I'm talking about. That's where we're at. And so that was during that period. And there was, you know, a Black American who told us this story. It's like this is happened to this group of people, you know. and he was saying his grandma and all these things. But and I don't think he was. There was really no point in just making that up. And then I actually verified, because I'm one of those people. I'm gonna try to look it up, like just like I told you, I look up that documentary that I'm talking about the Black Americans in the Dominican Republic. Yeah. If I'm telling you, I gotta go look at that. When he was telling me that stuff, I said, "No, that don't sound right. Let me go and look at this up." He said, "Yeah, we left in the 1800s." I said, "No, your ass ain't leaving in the 1800s and go to no Trinidad." And he said, "Yeah." He said, "There was he could." And then that's when the American Indian Black Americans they had to tell me. They said, "Dude, that's like a known thing amongst us because they weren't going to go into slavery, and they didn't want to." Be reclassified to what they were mixing everybody up at that time. They was mixing American Negro, African Negro, East Indian Negro, and Pacific. They was mixing everybody up on, especially with the when those wars, Tuscarora wars, in other wars. Pretty sure. Again, I'm not a historian of American history, not early American history. I would say anything after 1900, actually anything after 1850, yeah. But there's people like that's a historian on American history going back to 1300, 1400s. And so I don't know. I'm not that well versed on what was going on here at during 1300s, 1400s, 1500s. Um, but what was told to me by some elders, indigenous elders, was that that's a known thing that those that was not going to that wanted to stay wild or that was not going to go into contraband camp or was not going to go into the it's an apprenticeship camp. See, this has happened in North Carolina. Hey, Royal Deluxe, how you doing? How are you? I'm doing great. Better, rather. I don't have anything to complain about. I feel grateful, but I could, I'm working on overcoming my little sinus little thing. But I'm hoping you're doing good. I'm glad to see you. Um, what was I? But yeah, I would say I'm trying to lost my train of thought because I had saw your comment and wanted to acknowledge you for stopping by. But I would say it's definitely, like I said, it's definitely an individual thing. But I also think that there has to be space for leaders of certain bloodlines of your, especially if you know you have your family lineage. Oh, I know what I was saying. Um, Let me go back. Yeah, it was like a known thing. The elders was telling, me that yeah, like if you didn't want to be wild, you didn't want to go to a contraband camp, or you didn't want to, be a slave, and you know that you were, obviously there's American Indians on the land. They already knew of certain places to go and other places in the islands, like to escape. And so Trinidad was one of those spaces. And that's what we talk about stations. The idea of these expat groups or expat communities that are already in existence that you already know of. This has been happening for a very long time amongst the Moors and amongst Black indigenous and amongst Africans. And so obviously that includes a lot of the Caribbeans too, Taino, Arawak Indians. They knew of certain expectations. Even this is also in Hawaii too. It's major in Hawaii. When we say expat state, I think expat is not the right word, but community stations of people who set up shop in certain places that are friendly to your lineage and friendly, have an alliance with your lineage, have an alliance with your bloodline or your tribe. And so this was really well known stuff that melanated people would do. I'm pretty sure there's books on it. I'm pretty sure there's maps on it. I'm pretty sure there's boat ledgers on this stuff. I know for a fact there's oral history of it, particularly with Nigerians in Brazil. And we're talking about before the slave trade. I want to make that very clear. We're talking about before transatlantic slave trade and before Pacific slave trade. We're talking about during the rule of the Moors in Europe and Spain. Okay, we're going way, way back. I am 100% positive that some scholar somewhere, credentialed or not, can find exactly what I'm talking about as far as when we talk about these community stations or these expectations of certain bloodlines and lineages. And particularly we talk about the indigenous having knowledge of how to do this and set this up, build alliances. And if something had happened, if there was an attack on the tribe, obviously, there's 500 tribes or something in the area. There can be an attack on the tribe. There can be an attack on the chief. There can be an attack on a certain area of a landmass, southeast, northwest, whatever. So, in preparation for certain things like that, especially if the group of people who are already going to volunteer to do it anyways, they already was thinking of leaving or already wanted an adventure or already was well traveled or wanted to be a navigator, they would obviously find the resource and the um, mechanisms to create that alliance of wherever landmass they potentially had to set up that station. If there was an emergency and they had to um, rely on that expat station, it's there. And so that has taken place for thousands of years, and it has been traveled back and forth like that, both to America and America to other places as well. And this is well documented. It is so well documented. I know there's so many books on this stuff. And that's just I heard the oral history of Black Americans talking about this. As far as we had to travel as a tribe to Trinidad, or my grandma had to travel us as a tribe to Trinidad. I thought that sounded so crazy, but then I've heard other people talk about it, and so I'm like, oh, okay. And then obviously we know the situation where Black Americans go into Liberia, how they planned that. That was the plan. They were obviously the American colonization, the colonial society funded it. But that was it was an experiment. It was literally the founders of that. Um, they looked at that as an experiment to see, yeah, and obviously return. But they didn't even come from Liberia. They just shipped niggas literally to Liberia, a part of the American Colonial Society project. And many of them people, they thought, that group in particular, they said, well, they identified as African, so they had no problem going. But I was obviously probably some indigenous that wanted to get out and wanted to see what it was about too, and they went too and took their ass over there. And it ended in disaster. Because unfortunately, you know, the Liberians, they at first was very welcoming to the Black Americans, very very welcoming. But the Black Americans did go over there as a ruling class, and um, obviously, you have resentment when people resent the ruling class, just like we resent them now, right? But they went over there trying to set up shop, and they were being rude to the locals, from what I hear too. I have to say, probably not all of them, but from what I've heard, like I've heard both sides. I've heard Black Americans that's from Liberia that talked about this, and they from their perspective, and then I've heard actually, Liberians who talked about what their ancestors told them when the Black Americans went over there. I've listened to both stories, both sides, for hours, in fact, because it was very fascinating to me. And so I was trying to get down to the bottom of what actually happened and who was in the wrong or what went wrong. And it was funny to hear both sides. It was funny to hear the way the Black Americans was talking, the way the Liberians viewed them as overlords trying to take over. And not all of them, not all of them, but that was what some of them were saying. It's like, y'all came over here, y'all trying to tell us how to do this, how to do that, and we trying to teach you. And so that was a mess, right? So you have to be careful of those things. There's a lot of we talk about stations. You want to build the alliance there first, but you also want to make it known that you're not there to necessarily be ingratiated or assimilated into whatever they got going on in their current land, and that you're not here to tear it up or infiltrate it, or you just need an expat station of a community where there ain't no problems. We law abiding citizens. We contributed to the local economies, state economies. We pay their taxes. We give our due to society. We treat the land good. We respect your customs, your relics, your sacred fetishes and sacred land masses. We here to set up our expectation as a part of our alliance. When you need manpower, we got you. You got an expectation over on our land. If you need it, our expectation is set up in America. And then when we need our expectation is set up in Trinidad, is set up in there was one in Dominican Republic, there was one in Bolivia, there was one in Cuba, all these different expectations. I'm just giving, and then obviously there was back in when the wars were, they even had some obviously in Europe. Hawaii was a big one. Hawaii had access though to some I want to say it was Wagadu at the time. Do not quote me. I hope somebody can pull up the book on this. So I hope I find the scholar that does like the content on this with the actual sources. Because I've accumulated knowledge over the years, and so I apologize for not having the actual source. But there was Hawaii had an expectation at some place in Africa. You know what it was? They had they also had, and that not only did they have an expectation, but they was actually able to fetch for men for the war they were fighting, the Hawaiians. You can look this up. And so they had to fetch for help. And so this idea of expectations, and obviously comes from the wars and American and Indigenous. We did teach it to them in a more sophisticated, formal manner in terms of, treaties, and being able to have it reciprocated. This is not just like you sitting ducks in your country or in another country. The expectation is there's a one for them where you're at, and there's one for you where they're at. And when you need it, it's there. But you also have an agreement on how many people you can take, and you have multiple of them. This is how we get really deep ancestrally, because this is how we've been able to keep track of a lot of bloodlines. Um, and so you read between the lines here. Those expectations, you're the ones who put it together, especially if you're moving collectively as an order or as a lineage, you have the areas in which those are listed, not necessarily the exact names of the people, but the population is important. How much can they take? How much is already there? How much can they take? But then as far as having it in multiple areas and multiple land masses, you still got those numbers because not everybody can go to the same landmass. Not everybody can take all of your people in. And so the Moors always knew this, and the Indians always knew you can't take everybody in. And so you would have to split some of them up, but you always know where they're at all times. Okay. And so I'll give an example of this. I'll give an example. Should I use, I can use the Brazil and Nigeria situation, but I don't want to use them. I want to use an American situation. I can use the Hawaiian situation. No, because they didn't really leave. I'll use what oral histories from an elder from based on what they told me. Not in my family. This was just a elder. It wasn't my family member though. But she said, they had an expectation here for some of the Moors in America, and then there was an expectation in I want to say it was either Benin or one of the places like Togo, Benin, that area over there of Black Americans. The expectation means like they actually were Indians actually that went over there. This is something that again, know somebody got the data or the research on what I'm talking about. Because I heard this for a long time. We just don't talk about it publicly. You know what I mean? It's certainly not mainstream history. It's not secret history. It's just like, it's just something that if you know how people say, oh, that's pseudo, oh, that's revisionist. It shows, it don't be no point. Like sometimes you just know shit and you just got to be comfortable with that. That's just shit, and ain't nobody else gonna know it. Um, and so that's all that is. But, um, there was an expect station over in one of those West African countries, and then they had an expect station set up for a lot of, believe it or not, a lot of the southeast of America, Southeast America, and a lot of the Algonquian tribes, and then areas along the South Carolina, North Carolina. Now, this was before the slave trade, but those stations were there just in case, a war broke out, famine, drought, anything could have happened. And you had a tally, you already had an alliance with certain bloodlines, usually, say like lion, like I'll just keep it epigenetic. And, I'm not trying to push nothing on anybody, religion on anybody, but like say like tribe of Benjamin or tribe of Levi. Um, and by that, there's literally an order of Levitical priests over in West Africa that uh, the American Indians, as well as some of the Moors that left to Europe, always aware of and always kept track of. It's something that is just a known thing. Like they know exactly where they're at. And there was a reason for that. It's been going on for hundreds and hundreds of years. And so they knew how to, it's, okay, Levi, okay, we're okay to be around them. And so that's where a lot of the Algonquian Indian tribes would have their expectation and vice versa over in the North Carolina areas when they needed it. Those that group, a lot of them are still there to this day in terms of that Levitical order, and it's just like a known thing. Now, the Moors that were in Europe also set up expectation. That was just that's just like setting up an expectation on steroids. What the Moors that were in Scotland and Ireland and in Spain and in Portugal and how they went over into Britain. That was setting up expectations on steroids because that was the monarchy coming from the Solomonic dynasty that had connections obviously to Ethiopia. So I'm not taking away from the Solomonic dynasty in Ethiopia at all. But they traveled obviously, those are the ones you notice they have the same coats of arms as the Rothschilds. Oh, okay, so put two and two together. But that group of people were looked at as the highest ranking Judai heirs or like Nagas beings. And so their capability of setting that up is a lot more. They don't, it's like, it's that on steroids. It's not as having to, it's not as mechanistic as like a navigator, right? That you have an actual book of like certain record keepings, like the Dome Estate book or like a boat ledger of populations of who can get there and who's where and who's there and who's on what land and all that. That is actually work that you have to do. Like you have to actually take a census. You have to actually go to door. But what the what the Jacobians were doing, the ones in Europe, was a lot different because they saw it more so as preservation of a certain bloodline, but then also a protection of a needing to know knowledge on a need to know basis knowledge of certain um of where your bloodline clans were, and then strategically setting them up on all seven continents. And that's like that's actually like that's why I said when they say this on steroids, that's like an actual project, a strategic reason for somebody for a bloodline having to do that. But they did that. And I'm not saying it stands now. In many ways it does, in many ways it doesn't, But that was hundreds of years ago. But that has to do more so of knowing where members of your quote unquote order is, right? Um, or knowing which groups are infiltrate the group, like how there was an infiltration into the Knights Templar, how there was an infiltration into Cistercian order, all those type of things, how there was an infiltration into the Catholic Church. Like people are aware of the factions, like even how the Illuminati with Adam Weishaupt, the differences between that group and then the other, I think it was is that the Bulgarian Illuminati, or is Adam Weishaupt the Bulgarian? I thought he was German, but like there's two groups, like there's different factions, like even how like then the group that did the smear campaign on the Knights Templar, they obviously wanted access to their banking and their finance. It's not the same group that people are claiming, like they say, oh, that's the group that secretly was worshiping the Baphomet and urinating on. That's not that's people would say anything. People, COINTELPRO is very old, okay? Libel tales and slander tales and smear campaign, and especially for a group that's already mysterious and is sitting on bank, and is actually, so yeah, it was infiltrated. Yeah, people would say anything. You torture a person, torture, and try to get a confession, and you still kill them anyways. The crazy shit they were doing back then. But that particular group sets up expectations without having to travel, without having to um actually go there to set it up. Okay. And so I say that to say it's very important that, the Black Americans that's curious about this, that they understand it, because I'm not saying go over there as an ambassador and set up this, we're not talking about that. We're talking about like your frequency is high enough to where um you can do it, obviously without actually having to actually go to the landmass. But that obviously still means you're going to have to, communicate and set things up as far as networking. Now, if you have to go and travel, or if you already have a connection there or whatever, that's different. But obviously today we have technology, so hundreds of, you should still put two and two together. You have it today. You can send emails, you can go look up things, research expat groups, where they're at, where they're located, get a number of the population, see their what kind of housing they got. You can research that all before, and then set up, you know, that alliance. Like, well, how many people, if my family needed to come out there, or if my crew needed to come out there, can we set up that alliance where we have housing, and is there a deposit we can pay? Is there, well, actually, you don't want to pay, you don't want to really pay too much. It's an alliance. You can pay when you get there, but don't really pay too much beforehand, because we're talking about just the setting up of an alliance. And then this stuff is overseas. And so, like, the thing is, like, today is so much scamming, right? Back then, no lie, it was a word of bond energy coming from the Anubis school of thought. And so it was like, we'll pay when we get there, or we'll come with gifts when we need it, or we about to come loaded, motherfucker. Like that type of thing, because we're traveling by boat, right? And so it's like, yeah, you may have to, or you know how to send a telegram and all those things back in those days. You can send the telegrams back and forth. But I haven't actually traveled there, because you had obviously your teams, and you have people that can do it for you. But it was known in them letters, like, when it's by boat, and ain't no email and text message and nothing like that. But it's like, when we need it, the word is bond. You said we can bring this many people and this many resources, and you're going to guarantee us housing and guarantee us this, and this is how much it costs to, da da da. When we get there, we will have that. Okay, but it has to be like on a that word is. But that's why alliances and pacts were so important to that faction of the Jacobian tribe that did not sell the American indigenous out when we came over to America. That was like a real thing. Like, it has to be. It's like, you know obviously I agree with the idea of pacts and oaths and all those things, but that's how serious they took it back then when it came to the alliance factor, because there was no tech, it wasn't that type of technology, you had to rely on telegram, you had to rely on your order, your the resources that you have, and your ability to lend a hand when it's needed, and to be there when it's needed. We don't have that today. We can build it, obviously. But we're just talking about how advanced the Moors were, and is how they were doing. This is how they were doing it. And so they would send that, it's there, and send it back. Okay, we got this amount of people and space for you, and da 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 da. Okay, this is what I can offer. And then when you need it, it's like we can show up at any motherfucking time if it's an emergency. You know that, right? Okay, fine. That's just like, when you got in, when you got in trouble, your girl put you out, your man might put you out or something, and you gotta go show up at somebody's motherfucking house. You don't even got your phone because the nigga done threw you out. You don't even got your phone. And then they just threw the car keys at you, or you don't even have car keys. Well, I'm telling you, I've had family members, I've had to do that myself. Just show up at a motherfucker's house and just pop up on them. They didn't even know you coming, nothing. 2 o'clock in the morning, 1 o'clock in the morning. That's the type of, but you have to understand alliance is there where it's like, okay, it's an emergency. What's going on? But you got your shit ready. And then you, in many ways, again, there's that preparation, that stuff that's in stock, because again, that is a bloodline of navigators. Remember, we talked about what the original definition of the N word meant, the state god of the river, or kings and queens of the river. Um, And then when you look at the Schomburg cosmogram, what do you see? All rivers of the world: Congo, Euphrates, Nile, uh, Mississippi River. And then what do you see? That yellow and that blue. It stands for the Watchers. All in the river. Men snake out of the river. And so that's what it was. You have your ship and stuff already packed on some level. You have certain things where the stuff can be moved really quickly. Just talking about militaristically, that's just how you would have to move. And yes, you want to go there. There's people that do this just for underground bunkers. This has been going on for a long time. For those that know that there's underground cities, and we're not going to go all that deep here because I don't really cover the underground shit like that, because that's based on a certain frequency and density, and that's not my frequency and density, so I can't really talk much about it. You know what I mean? There's people who are from that, and they can talk about it like they have visions of it. They have lifetime memories, past lifetime memories. I don't have nothing like that, but I can tell you that just like how it was people that were mastering the sea and people of the water and navigators of the water. And this was a fact. You can look this up of who were navigators of the water. We talking about shipbuilding and get your ass and travel with a compass and perfect it. Okay. Knowing the ways of the sea. You got people that know the ways of of being underground too. Oh yeah. Oh yeah, but they very secretive. They very secretive. Okay. And they around to this day. They're very, very secretive. And a lot of them, when these are cave people too, they're not talking about like Caucasoid cave, like Caucasian cave. We're talking about there's people who fled into um caves that can be hidden, I'll say. Remember when Japan discovered 7,000 islands randomly one day? They just came across 7,000 almost as if it just appeared. There's caves that are like that on this planet. Yes, there are. And these people are very advanced. They got a lot of Lemurians in them. Some of the descendants of the Lemurians, they said, peace, deuces, we in the caves, and we gonna hide and cloak our shit from you motherfuckers too. We gonna be on some North Centennial Island type stuff. Then you have some that believe it or not will go there, and I'm pretty sure somebody will do some research, and I'll probably be able to find it very soon about like some of the Pele descendants. Like they kind of like come from a lot of the Pleiades energy and from South America, Central America, um, Hawaii, even Australia. They got a lot of those humans over. They come from a lot of that Pleiades constellation. Um, at least that's their creation stories, right? I'm not saying that that's their creation stories out of their mouth. And they had that Pele energy, which was one of their deities that they worship, that represents a lot of fire. And so, what they like to do is, retreat near volcanoes, where volcanoes are at, where lava is at. Or places where humans wouldn't go, because it's like, but they found ways to live around that. They could feel the lava in the ground. They could feel the the places on that earth that's too hot for the average person's foot, but they'll manage. They know how to build certain materials to where it won't affect them. You know how they could feel the smoke and stuff coming out. You know how they be having them hot ass steam. You know how like certain places on the planet. This is real talk. It's already a natural jacuzzi. Real shit. There's places on this planet, and I know that, where it gets so hot, the water is so hot, boiling already, it's bubbling on your motherfucking ass because it's by a volcano. And the people go and take, bath in there to go visit as a tourist and all that stuff. What I'm saying is, it's a bunch of places like that on this planet that are not discovered, uh, ley line wise, grid line wise, dimension wise, in terms of those points. And when you got to get on the airplane or it hasn't been discovered yet, the airplane can't pick up on them type of coordinates. They know how to jam the technology. And what I'm saying is, there are humans, they would kind of, they're interdimensional spiritual beings that can hide, that live around lava, like the volcanoes, pretty much. They how you see that big ass lot, they be showing the lava stream. It don't hurt nobody, and people get up real close and record their phone. Imagine having to cross through that every day. Just cross. People do it. I'm telling you, you could go up and Google a video now of a person um crossing, trying to cross over the lava and stuff. That ain't nothing. You obviously don't put your hand in it, you don't put your foot in it, you're done, right? But what I'm saying is, it's people that they Pele spirits. They belong to Pele. Um, and I'll get a little interdimensional with you. In 2023, I saw it. I had a dream about it. Very powerful dream. And I didn't know who Pele was or none of that stuff. I didn't know about Hawaii and Pele or nothing like that. And so it was interesting to have that dream and to see them people over there. It was like they was crying out to me or something, or trying to tell me something. And so I'm like, well, what is that? So well, what was Pele? Why is there fire? And then it was something she was talking about, she's a son, about the sun and stuff, and how she her people, they're ready to come out. She said, we gotta get you ready to come out, as far as the ascension process that she was really rooting for, as far as healing Mother Earth, and um talking about like the spirit of fire, lava, and seeing that vision of them people just living around like that. She said, oh, we got cloaking technology that ain't, we got some big shit for the big wigs. So she said, I'm sitting in a dream cracking up because cloaking technology is very fucking real stuff. Cloaking technology, we got that. That ain't nothing like that. So I'm telling you, even I ain't gonna talk too much about that, but cloaking technology, that's definitely real. And it's an old technology. Yeah. Um Many of you have had experiences probably with cloaking technology. You see them, remember people be talking about it look like a cloud, but it's hovering right above your motherfucking head. It look like a cloud because some of the cloaking technology is really bad, right? It's not up to snuff. You can still tell what it's actually cloaked as, right? So that doesn't help. And I have, we've a lot of people have had experiences with that. But right now, what I would say, okay, let's see. Okay, so you said West Shop is Bavarian Illuminati. Okay. And you said, have you seen these three finger mummies that came out of Peru? No, I didn't see that. Would they only had three fingers, or did they break the fingers off? They remind me of ant people stories from indigenous people. Oh wow, ant people. Is he talking about like the fire ants? You talking about the fire ants? You said never seen Pele, but that pink crystal on the song might have been Chemio. Yeah, Chemio. Isn't that the angel of love, right? Chemio's the angel of love, right? I believe it's an archangel. Is it an archangel? Is Chemio an archangel? I don't know. But anyways, what I will say, um, back back on the topic because I know I got a little tangential. Um, I think at this point, like I said, we were talking about like the individual decision and setting up those expectations. Again, if you feel you're that and you have like, especially like you say, for those that already have powerful networks, then if you have chapters in certain countries or even if there's military bases, American military bases, especially if you're in the military, if you're something like that, and that where things are already at, I do think that having that, starting to build that alliance and that quote unquote pact, of okay, if something was to happen, and I'm saving my money and stuff, and I'm doing, and I have to just come on a whim, can you offer, that housing, whatever. Obviously back in when I was talking about the Moors, that was, by boat and stuff, but obviously you could call, you can send a text, you can, much more modern. But even if not, you can get you a satellite phone. Get you a satellite phone that work everywhere. That even work in the damn ocean, and that even work your ass in the middle of somewhere in Alaska or Antarctica. A satellite phone will work in the ocean. It really will. So if you get a satellite phone or whatnot, if you have to prepare, that could be one of the things that you prepare with, and then you know and making sure about safety, checking the energy, or not even the energy, but checking the stats rather around human trafficking, child trafficking, making sure that you go to a place that they don't have that going on, riddled with that, and where they're not kidnapping Americans and all. You got to think about those things. So you don't want to go to those type of places. So you want to go a place where it's expat already there. So, this really is beneficial, say, if you're in certain sororities, fraternities, orders, military, that it's much easier to do this. And to be honest, those are probably the people that are privileged to do it anyways. But I'm saying, like, in terms of starting that contingency plan, so you're not a sitting duck. If that's something that's important to you, you feel called to do that, you want to start that process of that now, of creating that contingency plan, that expectation, and getting the knowledge of that, and then setting it up just in case you have to go. And then if you have to save a little more to that, then that's how you would do that. But you have to start getting in the process of uh, alliance building just in case of those things. And this is what the Moors have always done. And so that's why, like, it's not that we have an issue with delineation. If you notice, the Jacobians, we've always, it's even with American Indigenous, there's always been delineation. We just weren't public about it. There's always been delineation because we've always known where the expect stations were. And so, obviously, with what happened with Ireland, even the Norman invasion and the conquest of 1077 and losing the Jacobite Wars, we already knew exactly where to go in America and what tribe to link up with as far as the Algonquians in that North Carolina area, exactly where to go, that Virginia area, certain places in Alabama and Georgia, exactly where to go. Like it was nothing. Well, time to go. We have an alliance there, guys. Get ready. Get the boats ready. We got an alliance there. They ain't gonna take us no questions asked. Take what we got. Gifts come with jewels. Come with some things that we got that we can get them some gifts and shit. Give them some. We gotta give them some more knowledge. We're gonna be teaching them some more cool shit. They love to learn our esoteric knowledge and stuff. So we good. Get your ass in that motherfucking boat. We out. Deuces. And then we show up. Okay, boom. We already know where to go. That's what I'm talking about. That's an alliance. That's done through travel. That's done through, but when you don't need it, you don't need it, right? If you good, be good. I got you. But it's like there's still a delineation in that. There's still preservation of lineage, and it's through that. Now, unfortunately, what was shocking to the 14th bloodline, a portion, okay, a small portion, the part of the bloodline that walked away. What shocking was when they came in Reconstruction period, and even during slavery. And by that we're talking about those of the highest um, ranking heirs at that time, to set up shop like that. But then it required some backstabbing, and it's kind of like making those deals. They make a deal with the American Indians tribes who were willing to do selling out, and then the Moors who were willing to sell them out, their own people out, and then any Moors that was willing to sell the Indian tribes out. And that's how you set up new power players in certain countries, especially if it's a new country and a new colony, and you got colonizers, you got people who practice slavery and people who don't believe in slavery. That's why you had abolitionists, and then you had people that practice slavery. That's why you had wars that got, there's a lot of, if you look at some of your census records and going, you start to see some really funny, some odd stuff, You had free people of color, and you got slaves. You had the African Brotherhood, who were never slaves. They were a royal bloodline that were in America. And then you literally had African slaves. This is a fact. This is well documented. You had free people of color that were Indians, and then you had Indians that were slaves, literally all in the same country, all at the same time. That's a lot. And if you are a Nagas being, you're going to methodically be tracking and tracing all of those things, knowing who's who, knowing what bloodline is mixing with who, if that's important to you. And for that particular bloodline, 14 bloodline, that is extremely important to them. And there were certain tribes, even in America, that were Indians that they knew that, yeah, they can get away with sleeping with, as far as it being good genetics and good on the mental and good on the spirit. Yeah, you know who and who is who. Yeah. And then you get land and you mix in, but then there's the other group that uh, will sell you out, and that's the same thing you see today. Even today, you see a lot of Black Americans that make decisions to do different things. You know, um, but I would say, and even when we talk about that, that's kind of a segue into how, you know when we talk about even today, you see this push where you have the gatekeepers. We talk about the gatekeepers. We talk about uh, those type of people who make deals to sell us out at deals at the expense of the community, like how they've been trying to push this alcohol and push this casino stuff and gambling on the Black community, stuff that leads to debauchery and undisciplined and wasted money, things that lead to non-community building that can be habit forming and addicting. And so you have to pay attention to all of that, of who's doing it. And what I'm saying is they have been doing that for a minute. They did it. They had a one big deal offering and reconstruction period during Black holes. They had one in the around 1920s. Then they had one in the 1960s. Then they had one in the 1990s, and then they had another one in 2022, where they go and they say, who willing to da 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 da, and it requires this. And there's always a group that do it. And that's why when we talk about, well, we was better off during segregation. We had more economic, group economics. We had more economic pull, more leverage, more community. Well, now you know why it kept breaking up. They would go to the gatekeepers, offer them more to pretty much keep walking a people into a burning house. And what I'm saying is, we know the people who did it. We know when it happened. We can look at the Akashic records. We can talk to our ancestors. We know who did it. We know who's still doing it. So when we say there was people who walked away or people who never got involved with that or found a way to stay out of it in Black America, that is true. But then it's a lot that hasn't. Um, and so, we want to talk about like the military again. I gave out a military strategy for the expectation stuff for those that belong that's already in powerful organizations, of how to organize that. So those that's in the know, what to do with that. In many ways, I think people already, already do that. Like I said, I'm not saying nothing that's new. I'm saying something that's been around for thousands and thousands of years. I'm just refreshing our memory because there is a concerted effort to like tell us you have to stay where you're at. Don't leave. And I do think that's a thing too. Like with me, I probably would be the one that just stay and fight. Like, if something happened, I have to leave temporarily, or if that dream come true or something like that, then that's different. But and by that dream, I'm talking about the dream I had 20, like over 20 times of having to just, you know, sporadically dip. But um I think if you tell people that, this is, our system, our government, our inheritance, our land, I think that's true. I don't doubt it. But then there has to be a fight for it. You can't be a sitting duck. Where's the strategy to obtain it? Like I did my part. I created them blueprints of how to get in control of a government, created military science, created leverage points, created tiered systems of economics, created the Nakhti order, talked about military science to create a whole, like I did my motherfucking part on civics and governance, restructured all, it's all public. For those who didn't know, we probably got to do, we will do, a breakdown of the update on Nakhti order in terms of, ideas and certain things of what's to come. Uh, Talked about consortiums, gave out new class system, frameworks for new class systems and how to structure them and governance systems on the state, federal, and local level. I did my part. You are talking about some Americans as cowards. They just letting their government become an authoritarian dictatorship and not do anything about it, just sitting ducks. Not me. And my evidence is out there. I called out this government. I called out the secret societies, the shadow governments behind it, the intelligence, the COINTELPRO, the agents that was fucking with me. I called everything out. I told it what it was. I said, this is what it is. This is what they do. This is how it go. No, I ain't a part of this shit. I'm saying that I can see it intuitively. I've done enough research, and then also being a victim of being in certain spaces, and you could see things and patterns and stuff. Um, and take accountability for being in those spaces for too long and not waking up fast enough. Um, and so it's a lot. It's a lot, but I did my part. I could do more, but I'm looking for that tenacity of the inertia. The energy is not there. And so that means that people are paying people off, pretty much. And then people either are part of it or they don't care or they're unaware. And so it comes a space where it's like you can only do so much, but I mean, I could do more, and by that, but it's not a but. It's just the tenacity, the grit, and the zeal. Um, is not there. Even in quote unquote supposing, the mainstream parties, like when we talk about Republicans and Democrats and all this stuff, and that two-party system, and getting caught up in that nonsense, caught up in that matrix, caught up in that illusion. That ain't nothing but that ain't it's a mind control mechanism. Many people say, well, it's not two sides of the same coin. All they do is do ping pong. And so one side may do more on the socialist level, but let's not act like that pandemic stuff that come on. That's what turned off so many people. Those mandates, that was traumatic as hell. Those mandates, people lost their jobs, got kicked out of the military behind that. Okay. That shit almost affected me. I'm running around trying to get doctor's notes to get the exemption and religious exemption from my pastor and all this. I had to do all that stuff. I remember. And there was a lot. And they froze, they was freezing accounts. They was kicking kids out. There was unenrolling students, firing people from their jobs if you didn't have the exemption, if you didn't take the jibby jab. And so that was a real thing. And that was under the Democrats. And that was very traumatic. And a lot of people say, oh, we're not ever going through that again because you was affecting our money, our bread. And so today, fast forward to 2025, it's the same bullshit going on, but now it's the Republicans. So it's they're doing things like trying to build Qatar Air Force on our military base on our Air Force, 600,000 Chinese immigrants Chinese students to America and all the stuff we didn't ask for, cutting the Civil Rights Department at the DOJ and firing 500,000 Black Americans from the federal government, kicking out. And I've seen it. A lot of them were high level military that were pro-black too. They were getting targeted, and then I was told that they used the word targeted. It was like I was getting targeted. That was their exact words, and that was very recent. And they said they're not hiding it, and it was multiple of them. So these things are happening. So that's just right now. All the people that now people were getting furloughed. Now it's under the Republican Party. So are y'all going to keep going back and forth on a two-party system? And why are they pushing that on our people? And so people are getting paid to herd you like cattle, pay influencers, whatever, for you to go back and forth every 4 years. And you're going to have to, something's going to have to give. You see your constitution is under threat. You see foreign influence all in your country. You're going to have to eventually call this shit out. I called it out. I called motherfuckers out. I took hits to call it out. I took monetary hits, all types of shit to speak my truth, to say what I had to say about how I don't fuck with the corruption, and I don't like this satanic shit, and I don't like the child trafficking and human trafficking, the cover ups, the violence. So if I could do that and stand on my shit and call out these corrupt secret societies and infiltration into our government, then other people should be able to. And if you can't, then you either a part of it, you unaware, or you paid to be quiet. But don't be sitting there talking about they doing this. Don't complain is what I'm saying. You know? But you know, if you're gonna stay and you're gonna say this is our land, we got inheritance here. Yeah, I think so too. But when that time comes, when it come for them to try to do something to us or harm us, and you gonna stay, all I'm saying is make sure you fight to the bitter end. That's all I'm saying. And I'm not talking about no elites all clicked in with their little stuff. I'm talking about everyday working class people. Chill and live your life. Don't get too caught up in them psyops or pay attention to all that nonsense, on the social medias and stuff. Try to find your happy moments, your happy space, your happy people, and keep it simple. Prepare as you can, much as you can, whether if you're going to decide to stay. But the moment a motherfucker knock on your door or try to tell you to do a digital ID, you got to do the digital ID. You say no, bitch. You say no, no, no. That's what you say. No, 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 no. That's what you say. No, motherfucker. And you say it just like that. And you slam your door. You don't answer your door to people. You don't sign up for all that stuff. They try to price gouge you. Say you gotta try to make groceries go up so expensive. Shit, food is supposed to be free any motherfucking ways. Invest in some, start early with collecting certain things. Or you can just chill. Like with me, I did all that freaking out and panicking and with the COVID stuff. I'm not doing all that no more. Buying 500,000 seeds and big ass bags of soil and tents and tarp and string and fire, a bunch of, flint and fire starters. And I was a big ass, one of them sleeping bags that can last in 30-degree weather. I still got all that stuff. Um, I actually had all this freeze dried food that lasts 35 years, freeze dried fruits and veggies, every fruit and veggie that lasts 35 years, including and protein. They even had freeze dried butter that lasts for 35 years. I had to end up throwing all that away because I didn't feel like traveling with it. But yeah, like I'm like, you know what? If a guy gonna do what God gonna do, and I just ain't got time to be playing around with that, or with the system and stressing and all this stuff. Because if you're gonna survive, if it's meant for you to survive, you will survive. That I know. It's a guarantee. It's a guarantee. Y'all heard about that story where that dude passed out in his house. He had fell and broke his hip and passed out and couldn't reach his phone, and he was like that for 11 days. And the reason why somebody knew something wasn't right is because um the place that he ordered stuff at, he used to order something every day, and he just for a whole 11 days he just wasn't, so they had called him to check on him, and he wouldn't pick up or nothing. And so the driver, one of the drivers, decided to literally just take a trip and just see. He literally just decided to take a trip over to his house. It's like, that's not normal. It's been 11 days for a dude that's been for 20 years calling every day for his shit. It's 11 days. That ain't normal. 20 years, this man been calling every day at the same time for his shit. And they ain't. So he went over there and he drove by, and the dude, once he banged on the window, he or the guy heard him. He saying, "Help, help!" He banging on the window, "Help, help!" So he had to break in and shit. That's when he saw him lying down and his piss and shit. 11 days. I'm not saying that's gonna happen to anybody. It's certainly not gonna happen to me. But what I'm saying is, like, that dude survived 11 days like that. Unprepared, all types of craziness. So whether you're a prepper or a doomsdayer and all these things, or somebody that just go by the wind, somebody that just will hit them up, if you meant to survive, you will. You really will. Maybe that found that baby that spent the whole week under rubble in an earthquake. And so I'm not saying that's going to happen. I'm just saying, um, there's people that's going to take that type of approach because they ain't got time to be all stressed out about that. And I had already been there and done that. I'm telling you, when that shit happened in 2020, I was legit scared. I didn't know what was going on. I thought it was like, you watch too much TV, you thinking it's the end of the world. You don't know what's going on. They lying to you. See, I didn't know about all the science or nothing like that. That it was a hoax or anything. So I felt it. I believed in that little dumb psyop. I was, I didn't, not enough to take the jibby jab, but enough to, oh, it's the end of the world, or sky is falling, that type of vibe. And I just don't have that vibe right now. And that don't mean nothing ain't happening. My approach is different. My reaction to it is different. And I just can't give my precious energy to that nonsense. It's too much lies and corruption, and not enough people to stand up to do the right thing and say the right thing and say the truth. And so what can anybody do? People choose greed over grace every day. So what the fuck can anybody do? What you gonna do? Sulk and worry about it? Hell no. You gotta keep it moving. You gotta, and that's what we want to talk about: ascension versus descension. Um, but before we get into that, I want to make it very clear, you know, be careful how, people want to influence you one way or the other. If they're going to tell you to stay here, fine, but they got to have a contingency plan for you to fight to get your shit back. Like I said, all my frameworks are public information, as far as military science to enterprise architecture of how to rebuild America, your governance systems and how to structure them. All that stuff is like public information. So, I did my part. I do know for a fact that there are people in the intelligence community, within their local communities, that are implementing my framework. Only because, again, one of them was for intentional communities anyways, and then the other one was for more global governance. And how I know is because he was speaking and he said certain terms that were like a chunk of a paragraph that was clearly out of my book. And it was very local, it wasn't something that was mainstream, and he just was like, yeah, me and my community, it was a white boy. He was like, me and my community, oh yeah, we're gonna build our parallel infrastructure. We're gonna build our intentional community and silo off and build the apparatus. Like that's stuff that's just how I talk naturally. He said we got a framework to do it, and we're doing it on an intentional level. Anything break down or destabilize in this country, he said my block is good. We got her own. That's how they talking. And when he said that, I said, because he knew I was in the, I was, you could tell who's listening to you. And then, it's like the little voice chat groups, right? And when I heard that, I was too outdone. I said, that's come from that intentional book, that book for Black America. But it was funny, because when I looked at his profile, it said he was former intelligence, and he was one of the ones that was saying that he was so disillusioned because he really bought into, the whole system stuff, two party stuff, and was really waking up, and how, it was just a shock, how it's brainwashing is very powerful for a lot of people. And you go to K to 12 programming, they call public education and even private education, secondary school, and second higher education and all those things. And so it's a lot of unprogramming to do. And you're in the military and all those things. That's a whole nother beast of a program, right? Oh, that programming is heavy. Some people can see through it too. That'd be a cool thing if somebody can't be programmed. And that's the unfortunate part. Like if you're military and they find out you can't be programmed, they can really, it can make your life a living hell. That's how a lot of target individuals are former military, because they were the ones that just couldn't take to the program, and they have very powerful gifts. And that's when at that time there was recruiting, if you're like Gen X and younger, at that time that they would look at IQs and certain Torrance tests, and uh, just even different doctor records, and obviously they know about certain bloodlines and stuff, and they will knock on that door of your house and say, "Hey, so and so, we heard you got a 17-year-old." How they talk about joining the military? They was recruiting motherfuckers back then. They don't do that now. Um, but it's like I said, if you feel you'd have to, leave. My only thing is, my only concern is if they would pass a law that would prevent Americans from traveling, or even Black Americans from leaving, because they target us more by proxy. Then I think if they did that, then I think people would see the seriousness of what I'm saying when we talk about, um, certain bloodlines being harvested, or certain bloodlines being like, a battery source, so to speak, a data source, like a source player, as they say, versus an NPC. Like then you would see it. Like once you try to, if you know that you somebody, once you try to leave, and then you notice they try to, prevent you, then that's when I think people would probably be like, oh shit, I think it probably really is something. But they've been using our community as a battery source, and they showed zero intentions to do right by us. And so my only concern is if they pull that, well, if I can't have you, no one will, and then try to destroy certain communities via poisoning first and then a law, you know. But the strategy is to demonize anything that gravitates, towards the natural world, especially like, or they demonize anything that um Black Americans do as well, and that's a part of the dehumanization process. And in many ways, like I said, there's some gatekeepers that have really been holding us down for a long time. And when I say holding us down, I'm like literally like holding us back, like being paid to do it for the buffer class, for the pretty much a buffer class for the dominant class. And they run interference and liaison and COINTELPRO and gatekeep and report and snitch. Like it's really deep. It's really, 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 really monumental how deep it is. Um, and so that's a behemoth to have to go through, unfortunately. And that could be, and I had always been saying this, if you want to deal with the nonsense, you're gonna have to cut through your controlled opposition. If you really want to get through, you're gonna have to get uh the controlled opposition, and then just non-compliance and non-consent. Like just say no. Just say no and deal with the consequences as they come, but be willing to stand on it to the end, even if it means death. And keep saying no all the way, and fight, fight, fight. Hopefully it'll turn into a physical fight. Nobody show up at your door. You're living your life. You should be able to walk out your house, do what you want to do, or stay in your house. Um, but the moment somebody try to knock on your mother and try to drag you out the house, then that's it. But other than that, I wouldn't worry too much about uh now because you just have to have your contentment and your inner peace. Like that shit not gonna affect me. And the moment it do, fuck around and find out. That's your approach. If you one of the ones that's gonna stay and fight. If you one of the ones that's like, you know what, I could save some money for the next 3 years anyways. Let me just go find a place where they only charging 300, 400 a month and chill the fuck out for a bit and be on the beach or be on an island somewhere. Shit, then do that too. You'll know and let that be your choice. Maybe you choose the islands, Europe. They got all different types of countries. Do your research and go where your heart desire. Don't try to feel like you got to go to Africa. Um, See, I will visit, but that wouldn't be a place I would move to as a beginner. As a first time traveler, no way, because you have to have a certain immune system. You have to be, it's serious, and the immune system has to be built up. You know, as far as like the different bugs that can bite you. The different temperatures in the food could affects you more too. And by that I mean like something that will not affect the African as far as they street food. You ever seen Senegalese street food? That stuff they used to that. That ain't nothing in them. They had that shit that jar of mayonnaise sitting out all motherfucking day. They had the meat just sitting out there all motherfucking day, warm as shit. Ain't nothing gonna happen to them. And you take your ass over there and you do that, you're dead. You'll have an infection, a norovirus and shit. And so, that wouldn't be my first time country at all. Now, for visiting like a vacation, yeah, like a vacation, you go, something like that, I could do that. But as far as just first time, unless they rolling out the red carpet for my motherfucking ass, with obviously Stevie Wonder go over there, he moves over there, and Sierra moves over there and shit. They obviously they getting the red carpet rolled out for them. Of course you can go over there for your first time country. Ain't nothing gonna happen. You would going right to from the driver gonna drive you right from the motherfucking private jet to motherfucking wherever you gotta go. So that's different. That's different. Right? um but as far as just like the average just a random black American go over there for first time travel, not unless like there's people that are adventurous, and there's people that are bold, they're risk takers, and they don't care. That's different. For me, that wouldn't be. I already had that. What I saw in my dream, that'd be the place that I would go to first off, because for whatever reason, I've seen that same place since I was 11 or 20 times, close to 20 to 30 times, the same dream over and over and over and over, and probably more than it. I lost count, but that's where I would go for first time. It's still black folk over there. I'm just saying. I found the place with some people that I ain't just, but I ain't gonna hold you. I can't do no the stories out here and then what I've seen. I'm telling you, in 2019, I was looking at all those expat groups that's over there. I was studying them, the Jamaican ones, the Black American ones, uh, the different ones they got from military, the teachers. They got a group of teachers that went over. I had a friend that traveled over there too, the Kenya and Ghana and the Ivory Coast. A couple of friends. I had a friend that was from Batari, Rwanda. And so we were dating for a while. He's from Batari, Rwanda. Dated someone from it was a Dakar, Senegal or Dakar, Senegal. They got all types of stuff on there. Have friends from obviously what's that? Delta, was it Delta in Nigeria and all that stuff, and Lagos. Everybody knows somebody from Lagos. But it was another one where that Osu state is at, or Delta. It was like something. I'm like, you from Delta? It was like a weird. It was just random. But you know, that's just I was told by them that ain't no first time for you. That's what I was told even by all the Africans that I knew throughout the years. They said, so you gotta go with somebody that would, you know, You can't just travel over there just on no female single like that. And they got human trafficking. They do that. They have human trafficking in America though. How many people? You know how many people is getting caught up in that in America? So you have to be careful in every way. You have to be careful. That's why it is time to, for communities to look out for one another, to know, have a head count of who's who. There's people that are introvert. I stick to myself, but people will know my face. Like, okay, that girl ain't coming. I remember I had a neighbor check on me because I had forgot to get my package, my mail, so they thought something might happen to me. And they checked, they knocked, they said, oh, something, the package had been out there for a minute, but I had just forgot. Like sometimes at that time it's cold. I was going through it. I'm like, I just forgot to check, that I had packages coming, I had Amazon packages. So the Amazon package, they come and knock, you know, um, but you just gotta know. Just because I'm more introvert don't mean I don't know who's in the area or who stays where or whatever. I'm extremely observant, and I'm a military science. So I pick up very quickly, and I will. Well, I only need to walk around one or two times to kind of get an idea of what's going on, an energy of an area, and whatnot. Sometimes it's for me, sometimes it's not. Sometimes I kind of just stick through it until I figure my next move, and sometimes I can get a sense time wise of how long I can stay in the area. Like I can be, I can get a gauge, assess the area, and be like, okay, I could do a year here, I could do 6 months here, I could do 3 months here, I could do 2 years here. I can know that beforehand, and it's been on the money for a long time. For a long time. Every time I have done it, and I said, how long can you do this? And I sniff it all out. Sometimes nothing is perfect, right? The areas are not perfect. There's areas that may have had, someone died in the house or something happened. So, you can feel all that. And you have to be able to assess what you can live with, and what entities are in the area. I have to assess that quickly, especially like with me when I'm being on the move a lot, you know, well, I was, but when I was all on the move like that in 2024, I've had to. There was certain places where I was like, I can only do a month here, or I was certain places where I'm like, I can only do 3 months here because the energy was so bad, and the energy wasn't right. And so some places I was like, well, I know I could do 6 months here and get through 6 months here. Or I know I could do a year and get through a year here. So I just had to calculate it beforehand, like how much can you take before you're gonna feel like you're gonna have to just have a new scenery, so to speak. Um, but as far as them try to demonize things that we do, and use us as battery source, we just have to have knowledge of self and embrace the self and be on a continuous process of discovering who we are by asking the question, who am I? But also the meditation, and also the healing process, and the coming up with ways to rehabilitate from the trauma that humanity individually and collectively have experienced. Um, Believe it or not, there is mass psychosis that we talk about, like that pandemic stuff. That was like a ritual, forcing people to only stand 6 feet apart, forcing people to wear masks, forcing people they can't see their loved one, they can't go visit, you can't do this, you got to stay in house. Like all of that is trauma. Like that's just on a collective level, and not to mention the stuff you went through as a child, the stuff you went through as a kid, and what your direct family did to you, your ex man or your ex girlfriend did to you. We talking about like that's just the everyday collective trauma that we've all are talking about that had to go through. That's why millennials have a different outlook on certain things as far as the way we process information, and the way a lot of us don't like. You notice there's millennials that are preppers and doomsdayers and all this stuff. But if you notice, there's a lot of us that's kind of like, look, when we hear something, we kind of be wanting something to pop off, and we like, shit, do we gotta work? Do we gotta pay the gas bill? Do we gotta go? Do we gotta pay the mortgage? Did the computer for that shut the glitch and disappear? That's what the fuck I want to hear. There's some alien invasion shit. That mean we gotta stay home, right? We ain't gotta work no more, right? That's like literally how millennials. We ain't gonna see all that panicking and running around like chickens with your head cut. This guy is calling Dracula. I don't think you're gonna get that out of millennials. I think we're gonna get motherfuckers that chill in their bed, still try to order some motherfucking DoorDash and keep living. Do I gotta go to work? Keep it fucking pushing. That's where we at. Real shit. Do we gotta go? Do we? Do we gotta pay the light bill? Do we get an extension? I know that big one. Do we gotta pay that student loan? Did that system shut down? Did that say 404.gov error do not go? Does the site there ain't no login button? Did that site just glitch out of the motherfucking server? Because I know when I run for president, that's what it's gonna be on day one. It's gonna say 404.gov. And I'm restructuring the education system to something really, really, it's going to be dope, the basics, the simple shit, because we do got to raise a generation to be better than what we are. um and I was talking to God about that earlier. So how do we raise the generation to be better than where we are in terms of, making sure that they have jobs, they know how to manufacture shit, they know how to make a motherfucking military weapon, they know plumbing, carpentry, electricity. We ain't got to bring no motherfucking, 600,000 students for none of that. No, we can do it. We have our stuff here. So that means, well, God told me start them at the basics and then bring in the technology, do it simultaneously. But when you start them and then encourage them to merge the two, by that, we're talking about sustainable technological endeavors that help, not exploit or lead to overconsumption, right? So, it's like we start at the basics in terms of our kids know how to build them houses. Remember back in the day, we talked about our grandpa used to build our house. Our everybody had a grandpa that built they grandma's house. I had it. We all know on both sides of our family, mom and dad. You grew up here, so he built her a house on our land. The house is still there. He burnt it down so he can get the insurance money and give it to her so she can get so she won't have to take care of the big old house because he knew he was gonna die. So he got her a smart trailer and then gave her the money in the bank account so that he died. How many of us heard them stories? I heard them stories my whole life. They build these big ass houses for them. The family, the kids go. They got 11, 12 kids go. The dad, and you get old, get a nice. At that time, they had them little mobile homes, contain, little trailer homes, and the man feel like he about to die soon, and burn the motherfucking house down for the insurance. I don't think they did all that, but I'm just, I'm not saying every person. I just know that I've heard them stories in my own bloodline. Um, and so I'm not saying, but I heard it multiple times about burn the house down and then get to give the insurance money to your family. Because I think they probably had life insurance, but I don't know what actually, I don't think they did. I don't know what that was about. So I guess that was their way of leaving something if something happened, if they died or something. I guess, and they're going to keep their land. They're not going to sell. They're not going to sell the land, and so it's just like I guess getting the money for the house and just downsizing pretty much, but you're on your land and stuff. So that was one of the methods that we used, and that was like early 1900s, even mid 1900s, 1800s. Like this is stuff I'm telling you. So it's the norm, you know. Um, but when we talk about like the having that knowledge of self, and that's what I'm saying, guys. Start at the basics: carpentry, electricity, plumbing, welding. Then bring in nanotechnology. Then bring in automation processes. But if it's not in tune with nature and you're moving more faster than your modes in your production, your means of production, and you exploit your labor force, then you're gonna crash and burn. Do things right the first time. You ain't gotta do it right. You ain't gotta redo it. Okay. Um, but as far as the strategy to demonize things that melanated people tend to like, we have to we have to realize when that's happening. Okay. And it's not even so much stuff you tend to like, it's stuff that tends to be good for us. For instance, watermelon. You know, you get picked on for liking watermelon. You get demonized for liking watermelon. When watermelon was a huge part of the staple of the local economy of group economics to um, buy and sell watermelon, but also because watermelon has so much electrolytes in it, it actually supports the function of melatonin and melanin, as well as semen production and reproductive production, you know, your endocrine system. And so watermelon is known, it is a very extremely high frequency fruit, and it's really great. But believe it or not, it does benefit, because you know how some herbs benefit women more than men, and then some herbs benefit men more than women. Watermelon does benefit men more than women. We women, we have ours too, like red clover benefits women more than men, just like the ketones and raspberries and stuff, and things like that. What's another one? Saw pimento. Those things they do different things in men and women. Certain herbs. So like you take saw pimento if you're a man, then it's going to shrink your prostate. It's going to be able to help you regulate urine flow better if you have an enlarged prostate. But if you're a woman, it's just going to make your hair grow. You can grow a mustache literally. Also, if you take too much supplements, or you may grow breasts easier. See, a woman's the same thing with soy or edamame bean. A woman eats edamame, her breast grows bigger. A male does it, it reduces semen count and can grow their breasts. It can increase estrogen in a male, and it increases the estrogen that increases in a woman is good. Just like fenugreek could, if you're breastfeeding, fenugreek will help you produce more breast milk. Okay. And if a man takes it, it will reduce inflammation. It reduces inflammation in women too, but for women, it makes hair grow and breast milk come produce faster. And for men, it does hair growth and reduce inflammation. And so that's the case with watermelon. Watermelon obviously is a high vibrating fruit for all genders, right? But it does benefit men more in a sense of their reproductive area as far as semen production. Like that, you can use watermelon to increase your semen count. And this is something that melanated people always knew. They're just like how we always knew that neem was a natural birth control for men. Like that's something we always knew. And so you take your neem, the women take their angelica root, that type of thing. Everybody eats watermelon, but that's what it's the boys, at least even me growing up, even just culturally growing up. I grew up, believe it or not, and I'm a '90s babies. You know, we grew up in Buffalo, even though my bloodline is from the South. I have to say, no lie, and I can even give you the names of the streets that it was on. And I know people in Buffalo remember this, especially probably the elders. There was a time in certain places in the east side of Buffalo where you had the watermelon man, and that was in the north in New York. The watermelon man, multiple of them. And they would sit in certain places in the hood on the corners and have them big ass containers of them watermelons. And you better believe, motherfuckers was. I remember my granny was going, and she got her van. We went in, and we going to Family Dollar or some shit. Go to the damn hair store, get us some Black and Sassy or some shit, and some jam, and then we gonna go to the watermelon man and get a couple of watermelons. And that was something that we did. And so that was just in Buffalo. That was in the '90s. And so that was a big thing. Just that made its way all the way up into the north, all the way up into Buffalo, New York in the hood. And all them people are from North Carolina. A lot of people in Buffalo are from North Carolina, Georgia, and Alabama. That's just a known thing. You may get very rare few Black Americans that come from Florida. I don't even, I've seen one, but they still also came from Georgia and then moved to Florida, then moved to Buffalo. So it's still kind of technically still from Georgia. But that little tradition made its way. And then I've heard like, yeah, watermelons was big back in those days. And even when growing, it was like something you gave the boys more, or for some reason they liked it more. And because we don't that's the thing of the tradition of knowing that it benefited them more. Even though everybody liked it, don't get me wrong. It just like even with me, I was purposely not subconsciously, but almost subconsciously purposely buying the male child that I was raising. watermelon, like a lot as a kid and making him eat it for his snack. Like it was just a known thing that, okay, this is good for the boys. Now you don't actually go and tell them that this is good for your semen because they're kids, right? But it was just like, okay, this is good for the boys. And so that's, I'm not saying all bloodlines, all Black Americans think like that, but I'm just saying that was just something in my bloodline, my family growing up, that it was something that we knew. And so, think of those things like, okay, when we talk about people demonizing the things that are actually good for you. Same thing with the word dread. A lot of Black Americans and people and melanated people, they like dreadlocks. And so this thing we're saying, see, people calling us dreadlocks. It's not dread, ain't nothing dread about it. The word is locks. Well, I understand because people do say dread still. But here's the thing, dreads refers to more so when you think of the frequency of dread. See, white people turned it as being dreadful. Ooh, that's dread. But when melanated people talk about the frequency of dread, and that's not, I'm not saying all white people do that. I'm just saying, like, growing up, like that's the thing I'm hearing Black Americans say. We can't say dreadlocks anymore because dreads was what they said dreads mean, like dreadful. And I'm like, who told them that? So, and I'm pretty sure they probably, but that's the thing of turning something positive and then making it negative, just like how they did with watermelon, trying to shame you. Oh, y'all eat fried chicken on this. Oh, you eat grits and collard greens. So what, motherfucker? Collard greens as good as what? The fuck? Um, but dreads, the frequency of dreads, refers to like dry river, but like dread, like when we talk about, when I talk about frequency, we're talking about like literally the gematria, the numerology of the actual word, what it translates to in angelic language. And we don't use the same gematria calculator as like the ones like say on Gematrix, but it's similar. It's a different calculation because we don't use necessarily numbers or math to get that level of gematria or that level of value from a word as far as understanding the meaning of its frequency. It's a different type of science, but that does not knock gematria or numerology. I'm not knocking it at all. I'm just saying it's a different method of the discovering the frequency. And then the numbers itself have a frequency. We're talking about the frequency of what the word means. So dread refers to like I know this may sound weird, but dry river clay or like dread, like how dreads are obviously moist, but a lot of times people would put there's mineral clays on them too. Obviously you have to twist and formulate them, but certain cultures, I can't say every that utilize wearing dreadlocks as part of a tradition, especially like certain some of it is literally like a tradition. The dread part come from like that clay river, that mineral clay that's by that, and that today people put mud mask on their, come on, let's stop playing. People put mud mask on their hair today for growth, right? Beauty, retention, sheen. A lot of times you put that dry clay in your head, you're gonna get a sheen, and you rinse that shit out, you're gonna get a sheen like no motherfucking other. Sheen, shining. It's moist, it's growing, it smells good, it's disinfected, and so that's what the dread come from. But see, people were, believe it or not, this people may laugh at this, but people that were wearing those dreads, they would wear the clay a lot longer than say if you and I put it, we just want to wet and go, what's it called, wash and go shit. We gonna put motherfucking clay mask on there for 2 hours, maybe 4 hours, maybe sleep with it overnight, right? We may sleep with it overnight. You may. But that culture that I'm talking about, and I'm pretty sure somebody will, come out as far as, because I'm going off of what I grew up hearing and seeing. That they would keep that clay in longer, just a little longer, because they wanted, especially if you wanted your shit to grow faster, and you wanted, it's kind of like that clay that was using was kind of protective style on it too, because it made them strong, their locks stronger, and so that it was an honor to have that mineral clay. Nobody judged it as motherfucking mineral clay. We talking about all types of minerals. You don't added herbs and shit to it. You don't added all types of powerful herbs, neem, motherfucking black castor oil, red clay, kaolin clay, Aztec clay and shit, diatomaceous earth and shit. Not diatomaceous earth, bentonite. Yeah, benton. You don't added bentonite clay. You done added a motherfucking little bit of egg yolk in the shit, you know. So you know what's in it. Don't got some cedar wood, basil, lavender, a little bit of cayenne pepper. You know, you want some more other shit. Yeah, you ain't gonna just wash it out like us today. You know, we wash it out 2 hours later. We make all that shit just to wash it out 4 hours later. Maybe sleep with it overnight. Back in them days, no. No, hell no. We talking about they was doing this in the South, in Jamaica. Obviously, some countries in Africa they do this stuff. Look it up. But they was them people with a lot of them locks. They call them. They don't want to call them dreads no more. No, that's come from that clay. They used to keep it in that hair for a couple of days. We get all the motherfucking benefits. And so people saw them walking around like that. So with melanated people, it's like, okay, you got your little you doing going hard. It's like when people want to wear the do-rags and they get the S wave, the little S curl, all that stuff. You know, okay, you got your we used to see people with they do-rag on and they wanted some waves and shit. So they had that waves in. They had that do rag on for 5 days. You may keep that do rag on. The line, you can see the motherfucking line going across the head. Your head is all misshaped because you had the motherfucking do rag tied so tight. That's how it was with the clay and the mud mask or the dreads. Yeah. And they'll wear that shit for a good 3, 4 motherfucking days on your ass. Go to bed, you in the bed with them and everything. It smelled good because it's, herbs and shit. It's just got that clay. You're gonna wear the plastic wrap on your head. You won't have you always had some sort of parchment motherfucking paper, something, something to keep the mask from getting all over the covers and all over but that's where that come from. So don't ever be afraid of, I ain't saying, you know, if you don't want to use the word dread, don't use it. What I'm saying, like, at least know the frequency of the word because somebody gonna give it a fucked up definition to change definition of it. It's just like Negro. You see how you see the word Negro is different from the frequency of be black, be black. What is lack? You don't have enough. You don't have it. You're black. Be black. You say Negro. That's a whole nother frequency. Negro is a whole nother frequency, and be like that's just the beginning of it. That's just the you could do certain things, but you got to spell it differently. That's why I spell black Blaqe because I already know the frequency of that, and I know the secret codes and the secret message that's in there, and just even in the word black, it's like spelling it Blaqe literally just changes it cosmically. It just changes the whole thing. You're moving out of be like Lack, okay? You are be lack. You're no. When you say Blaqe, or you want a whole nother motherfucking, you a cosmic motherfucking interdimensional motherfucker, okay? You want some royal type shit. And you got integrity, you a free soul. Okay. Um, but that's how it is, you got Negro. You got the N word and the frequency of that. And see, unfortunately, 800 years of, remember, they even had the royal people. It was literally people in the royal monarchy that was called such and such the Niger. Spelled Niger. Like Lord Montbard, the Niger. And it's spelled Niger. And they in motherfucking England and shit in the palace. Now, Niger, that can easily be pronounced, with the two G's. Niger? Are we serious? But I told you the frequency of Niger is snake out of the river. And so the Moors were the navigators of the rivers. They put it all in front. I'm telling you, so let's study that Schomburg cosmogram and that yellow and that blue. And I'll talk about the fallout, the 33, the Nagas 33. It's right in front of you. It's right there. They don't hide it. And then the Crusaders, even study the Crusaders in Buffalo, their logo is a cobra and their colors is yellow and blue. Then study all of the Black Americans and all of the black bands and them HBCUs, their colors yellow and blue. It's right in front of you. But the N word Niger, uh, a Negro, Nagas, and Nigga and nigga all have the same Naga, nigga, and Nagas all have the same frequency. It has the same definition too. Now, obviously, you change it to Niger. That's where the water comes in, the river part comes in. Anything, even with the two G's, it changes the frequency on uh, a higher level. Believe it or not. Um, but obviously, unfortunately, you ended and you with the Moors with the code of their language is to be able to use different definitions for the same words. It's a highly advanced. That's why I remember we talk about bad. Your coat look bad. That's a bad motherfucking coat. It means it's a good coat. And it's like, that's a bad coat because the weather can't even protect you from it. Those are two different contexts. So it's the same word, two different definitions. And that's how Moors operate. Like that's how I would say the Judaic heirs of the Sephardic Moors operate. You got one word, it's always going to have multiple definitions, more even than one. And so it makes it harder to decode anything. That's why you have to have it's a whole nother level of shit. And it ain't important to decode it. And it ain't important for everybody to be trying to study it to decode it. You're not going to be able, you end up fuck around and find out because if you get the definition wrong and say every word in a sentence means the opposite of what you think it means because every word got multiple definitions and you lost. You ain't going to be able to understand them. Only they can understand each other. And that's the only thing. They understand each other. Then they got a whole nother ledger system beyond that if somebody do try to crack that. So it's no point. That's why I think they were shocked with me, that's why I know it's a bloodline thing, because I knew that science without ever studying it or ever be initiated it. And that's why, I've heard I heard some Black Americans say, we got to be very, very careful because they thought they thought I was in a order and I wasn't. That's why all that stuff happened. That's why they attacked me like that because it was like this motherfucker out there giving it. I was never a part of their stuff, but somehow I looked at their stuff. I looked at that's why I was freaking out in private one day. I was like, somebody saw this coming. Stop and I'm sitting there going crazy. and I'm pretty sure, they watch it because they Black Americans, not all of them. I'm talking about that group, the Judai heirs and some of the ones that are the Nagas 33, Nagas 125, D, and then also just ones that says Nagas 20, that's Nagas 33, that's just fucked up and corrupt sellouts. Um, they know that science clear as day. And so when I saw, I said, how did they know this? And they looking at how did she know it? Not all of them, but they probably. But I heard them in the Astro room one day. It's like, we gotta be real. They thought I infiltrated this shit. I ain't infiltrating nothing. I don't know what the hell going on. I just, we're attracted to certain frequencies, but it was the coded language and what they were saying. And I couldn't uncover it at the time because there's different ways to recognize your people outside of language. So I didn't even learn the language. I couldn't automatically understand it naturally, literally into 2024. But was other ways of also being gravitating towards certain things. Obviously, you have um just probably what the person is talking about, but also it could be as far as your common interest and common goals, but also it can be even symbols and shit too. You have to be careful of that. That's why awareness is key. Why do you look at what you look at? Why do you listen to what you listen to? Be careful of that and be careful that you're not being manipulated or that you're not being hypnotized or that you're not, and also, you could be around someone, and you don't even know that you're probably somewhere along the bloodline. The reason why you're around them so long is because they're on your family tree. That don't mean they for good for you, but they could be literally you are related, distant ass cousins and stuff. That's a real thing. That's real on so many levels where people you end up wait a minute, you my cousin. That happened so many times to me growing up. Like, how do you know that? Oh, that's so and so. Like, that makes you my cousin. We grew up saying that. So, and so back to what I was saying about like that N word. Unfortunately, you see when the definitions have different meanings. The N word, even by the Moors construction of using the word Niger, like how they was the royal, even the black nobility in Ireland, literally uh, so and so, the Niger, um, the word nigga and Nagas and Naga. Naga means king, but Nagas means deity, snake deity, cobra. And then nigga refers more to the travel part. But here's the thing, it can be used with someone is goofing off, it can be used in a derogatory manner and positive manner. And that was done for 800 years in front of Europeans, like Caucasian. You were just doing it to each other. But when they started, they realized, okay, they saying it in a good way and in a bad way. But when we go to war with their ass and we enslave these motherfuckers, we gonna use that and word as a solely as a bad thing, solely. And so that's when when Black Americans got free and stuff, they still saying word nigga, and it's a play on Naga and Nega. It's epigenetics, but they getting shamed for saying the white man gave you that. The white people didn't come up with the N word. Black people did. Okay, yeah, please. But the definitions of things change. That's just common sense. And then you fall down. You go to war. You lose a war. They're gonna change the definitions on you. That's why history is important. Yo, yeah, I'm telling you now. You get you a history book right now while you can. It's about book banning. You get you Black American history books or you can encyclopedias, invention books. You got to get you an invention book. I'm still finish up my encyclopedia too. I'm still working on an encyclopedia. That's a massive project though. So you got to bear with me. It's about a massive project. It's about I got to cover. I was going to do my own invention book as far as covering those patents and those patent numbers and all those Black American inventions. And make an invention book and all those things. I'm probably gonna have to do a list because we got to collate our own history because they're gonna try to erase the shit. I know Black American history. Like I said, I know Black American history from 1800 on, but then I know I'm not well versed in American Indian history. Those are two different histories, even though it's the same technically. But American Indian history can go back to 1300s, 1400s, 1500s, 1600s, 1700s. When we get back to 1600, my motherfucking my peoples is in Ireland and it's in the royal monarchy in Ireland and Scotland. So I can't give. That's why I know more about that history than over an American Indian history, except for if it comes to like the Algonquian tribe, stuff over in North Carolina, which refers to where my peoples are from. So, hey, I am going to terraform. Hey, you said, okay, let me see. Royal Deluxe said the three fingers mummies have three fingers and three toes. They skinned them and one was pregnant, a whole new human species for us to acknowledge. Whoa, that's all they had. But you saying they ain't ripped it off though, right? They ain't ripped they shit off, did they? You said they ain't do that. Well, if they ain't do that, then that is a new species. Salute. Um, let's see, what else do I want to say? Um, oh, another example was collard greens, and then same the swimming is another thing. Swimming is supposed to be like a birthright for every human. Swimming is a birthright for every human, and then black people they do love to swim. They do know how to swim. If you didn't know how to swim, how the fuck were you a baby? You fall right out the cooch. What did you do? If somebody put you in the water right as a baby, what did you do? Naturally floated. Naturally flip on your back. Kick, not even kick your legs, just float naturally on your back. That's a fact. Or even if somebody throw you deep under the water, the baby knows naturally it's going to float back to the top and then float back on its back. And some of them will, they'll try to they can open their eyes bright as motherfucking day underwater. You see the babies, they open their eyes with chlorine and shit, and their eyes just be piercing. I've seen that before. I'm like, why won't you close your eyes? No, the motherfucker, they used to it. Their eyes be open in the pouch of water when they in the womb. When they in the pouch of water in the womb. Their eyes is open, you breathing it, you in there for 9 months. So how you don't know how to swim, Black people? You do know how to swim. They try to say you can't swim. That ain't true. You know how to swim, you're gonna learn how to swim even more. Shit, talking about you because you was worried about not getting your hair messed up. Shit, I'm telling you, when I was at NYSP Canisius College Camp, oh shit, that was my swimming every day. Woo! Ooh, that was my little thing. And I couldn't swim worth a damn. I know how to tread water. And I used to get in 12 feet of pool. Canisius, they got 12-foot pool. Sure do. I used to jump in there, do cannon. I didn't give a fuck. I wasn't even the best swimmer. I do doggy paddle. I know how to float on my back and all those things, but I would love to swim. Give me one of them fucking noodles. And I would be by myself swim because I didn't care. I would be 12 feet. That's like the advanced level. And so I was at level 3. They had 7 levels. And level 3 is supposed to be for like 3 to 5 feet. But I had asked the swim guard who taught me how to swim. I asked this white lady to teach me how to swim. And I said, well, why can't I get in with the 12 feet? She said, you don't know nothing about no 12 feet. I said, well, I really want to get in the 12 feet. So she said, well, technically you can. She said, I could put you, but you're not advanced like them people that's at level 7. Them motherfuckers, they ain't gonna really wanna they ain't gonna you don't know how to swim like that. And so they were in the 12 feet playing basketball, that level of, or how they have the swimming basketball pool. They had one in the lower areas for the kiddie, for the shallow side. And they had one for them 12 footers too, for the 12 foot, for the level 7. And that was the level they was on. Like goggles with the spanks, with the little speedo swimming cap, and swimming a motherfucking ass back and forth, all on the backstroke, butterfly, on some Michael Phelps type shit. It was black people. Was trying to do Michael Phelps and shit. And Ryan Locke, they was on that type of time. They doing all of that in the 12 footers. And so my ass, I come over there. I was like 11, 12 years old. I didn't give a shit. I had a little noodle tub, little floater. I would jump my ass in there. And they would just leave me by myself, and I'm swimming around doggy paddling. Or I would love to doggy paddle to the middle of the pool. And I had a friend that would swim. Because them type of that, because I was 10, 11, 11, 12. You had older kids there, they'll let you swim on their back and stuff. So they're like, they'll just swim on my back. And it was that's how they was, that type of level of expertise swimming, where they swimming your motherfucking ass on their back. I wasn't nowhere near that, but I wouldn't care. I love to swim. But when I had gotten to high school, I did get on that. I don't want to get my hair wet. I don't want to get my hair wet you know. But that's usually what it is. I talking about you scared. They say you scared to swim. How is you scared to motherfucking swim? That ain't true. How is anybody scared to swim? And if you are, it's psychological. That means when you get in that water, you think of treading that water like a bicycle and moving those hands from side to side so you can tread water. Moving with the waves. Don't panic. Don't panic. Tread water. Okay, you start panicking, fumbling around, and psyching yourself out. The water get in your lungs, and you panic, and then you go down under. No. You tread water, you float, relax, float on your back. If you don't know how to swim, at the very least, do your little doggy paddle. But some people, you know how to do the butterfly, you know how to do the swim on your back, all that types of shit. So that's what you gotta do. So now we want to talk about ascension, um, and descension. So when we talk about when I say ascension, the way I define it, ascension just means moving forward. Okay. And so in any capacity where you move forward, um, to the next chapter of your life in that spiral. Remember, we talked about it's a spiral tower that goes up. So, and along that tower, there's different rooms, different areas where you may chill out for a bit. Maybe you go back down the spiral tower, which is the descension process, and going backwards to go visit another area of healing that you may need to do, or another habit, or another vice, and the flesh is weak, and all those things. And you go backwards and descend. So, ascension means to me evolution and moving forward. It doesn't necessarily mean an upward, downward path. To me, it is cyclical and it is generally in the direction of evolution. And with that being said, you know, when we talk about like what does even moving forward mean, it means being in tune with the version of yourself that you're most content with. Because if you say best version of yourself, what the fuck does that mean? Best version of what? By whose standard? By what standard? By what? It has to be the version of yourself that you're content with based on your soul's mission. Based on your soul's mission. So that ascension process is moving forward. Don't get stuck in a celebration. Don't get stuck in a certain timeline. Have the ability to pivot your timeline, to create your timeline, to erase your timeline. Yep, I said erase your timeline. And so that's what ascension means. It's moving forward, even if it's incrementally, even if it's slow. Healing could be, the soul is not in a rush. And so if you got to take some time to heal. Maybe you got to descend. But I don't know, when we talk about like, what is the productive value of dissension? Perhaps you get a better understanding. Sometimes people get bored and you want to challenge yourself. So you go back a level just to pick yourself back up, essentially, to learn from your mistake, hopefully. But you have to do that with awareness. And sometimes it could just be a vice. You know, people have gambling vice, addiction, all types of sex addiction, food addiction. It's a lot of things, vices. And, you know, as we're fighting our inner demons, you know, that's that process of the dissension. But we have to do it with awareness. And all things that you do, you have to do it with awareness. Be aware of the subtle ebbs and flows of your frequency and whether it's external or internal. Most of the time, it is internal. But when I say ascension, I am literally saying, you know, we're ascending, we're evolving to the highest version of ourselves that we are content with. That's why I talked about the Nakhti Church of the Higher Self and the Nakhti philosophy is to get that to pivot and program consciousness. And if you notice, the body of work was more so of undoing fragmentation and understanding the process of consciousness in terms of programming it. It wasn't necessarily to tell people what to think. It's a framework to you to assess what's already in there and the ways in which it's affecting you and the ways in which you want to transmit it. It's literally that's what the Nakhti philosophy is about. Um, and so when we talk about ascension, it just means moving forward to the highest version of ourselves that we are content with. Because what the best version mean? Oh, best version. Who gonna dictate that? Who gonna say what that mean? Only God can say that. Only your soul know your soul mission. So that's why the process of self-development and the process of self-awareness is key. That comes with meditation and know thyself. Meditation on who am I? Who am I? A nice mindfulness meditation. There's different types of meditation. There's transcendental meditation. That's where you're all in the quantum entanglement, going in different dimensions. Then mindfulness is very in the present moment, very earth-based, very natural. You have the one where you're more in tune with nature meditations. You have walking meditation. Hiking is one, when people love to hike and shit in nature and they like to do it's called Lazen meditation. Lazen meditation. That's walking meditation. Hiking. People don't know that. Hiking is meditation. That's meditation. Yes, it is. Walking is a form of meditation. Dancing is a form of meditation. That's more for transcendental meditation. Remember the whirling whirlishes and how you get into the trance and supers. That's a form of meditation. They would just get into a trance and go out of it. Same thing with people catch the Holy Spirit, do the spirit dance, the ghost dance. Those are forms of transcendental meditation. Then you have obviously psychedelics. You can use that's a form of meditation. When people was doing peyote and uh, you know, CBD, cannabis, whatever, that's a form of meditation. Yes, absolutely. A lot of people they do that ganja and they meditate. It's a form of meditation. That's more on a transcendental level, but it's also psychotropic. It's more because you altering the state of consciousness through the means of the herb. So it's a little bit different than transcendental, though it's connected for sure. But transcendental through dancing and through just meditation. Say like mindfulness meditation and transcendental meditation. If you're sitting, you can't tell the difference between the two. Only your mind can. Only your subconscious can. Um, I'm talking from the outside looking in because it's the same process. Not only if you're in a dancing one, that's a little bit different. But with the psychedelics, it can get a little tricky because sometimes you might have to have supervision. Oftentimes you do have supervision if you are using psychedelics for a certain meditation or for a certain dimension, then you absolutely are under supervision, especially if you, depending on what you're using, peyote or kava or even alcohol, you would, have to be under that supervision to make sure you don't get addicted. And that's not recommended, but that's forms of Shakti Tantra school of thought or Gori Tantra. They use those practices. My bloodline has traditionally used those practices. Um, I don't recommend that, but I'm saying like, if you say you do CBD or for your meditation, it's possible. Um, but you have to just be careful because a lot of stuff is being altered these days and things are being tampered with. And so you have to be careful. And so because actually we can talk about that gambling and stuff they trying to put in our community. But like I said, ascension just means moving forward and taking accountability, which I'm learning too. Like I was asking God about accountability, and God tells me accountability is love and empowerment, and then a game plan for improvement. So like when you think of love, you self-love, forgiveness of the self, not being your own worst critic. So accountability is love is done in love. The correction is done in love, even by your own community. It's done in love. Um, and then empowerment. So what are the ways in which you empower yourself? Even because a lot of times, even if you have to take accountability for something, that doesn't mean you still are not a victim or you're still not wounded or hurt people. So what are the ways in which you can empower yourself? After you forgive yourself, you love yourself, you have to empower yourself still, especially if you deal with narcissistic abuse. You still have to take accountability for your life. And then the small plans and goals, like I was saying, like what are the goals? Like some of the goals, what are some, even if it's small, it could be you spend 5 minutes meditating. You spend 5 minutes, you buy a stock every day. Uh, you invest in yourself. You spend 10 minutes to work on your passion project that you always, especially like if you're depressed, you may only be able to do 5-10 minutes of something. But if you have more energy, you'll realize that 10 minutes will go into 20 as you bring yourself your frequency higher. That 10 minutes will go to 20 minutes, will go to 30 minutes, will go to an hour, you know. Um, and so you have to think of what are the goals, even if it's just like just getting a little more exercise in every day. Coming up with a schedule for that, for exercise. Coming up with a schedule to meet a new friend or something. Just come up with a plan and work incrementally. Especially at this time, there's a lot of people that stress, a lot of people have anxiety, and so that's how you do that. But remember, ascension means moving forward in evolution towards the highest version of the self that we are content with. Using, being logical. Don't uh be stuck in a timeline. When people victimize you and try to maim your soul and cause you pain, realize it. Realize there's something wrong with they motherfucking ass, not you. And you love yourself and you take accountability for yourself by saying, I'm not going to be around somebody that talks to me like that, treats me like that, does that. And you say, um, I'm going to empower myself. What are ways I'm going to empower myself? Just do something small. Maybe you do get depressed sometimes. It's okay. Don't beat yourself up. but be aware of the depression. Be aware when you're doing something you know you shouldn't be doing, when your flesh get weak or when you feel you're falling back into your bad habit. Just be aware of it and realize, okay, that's that spiral that we talk about the Jacob's ladder. Okay. Well, remember we talking about the tower. Okay. Um, Jacob's ladder refers to the dream described in Genesis 28. We see that stairway set on earth with its top reaching to heaven, and the angels of God ascending and descending it, and God speaking from the top. Okay, and so that takes place if Jacob is fleeing brother Esau, and then it comes to in the dream. So he falls asleep on a stone as a pillow and dreams of a stairway ladder connecting heaven and earth, and he sees these angels going up and down that ladder. That was a code, but in God's reassurance at the top of the ladder, the Lord appears, reaffirming that that protection and presence and the inheritance of the land. And so remember when Jacob wake up, he recognizes the holiness of the place, and he's like, "Oh my gosh, surely this is the house of God." Okay, Doman's Day book code, and it sets up the stone as a pillar. Okay, and that city was named. Remember the city named Luz, Luz, Luz. I'll tell you this. You know why this is important to me. A couple of weeks ago, I had a dream about it wasn't a city, but it was a place called Luz. I never heard about Luz in Genesis. Remember, I told you I didn't read the Bible until I was older. Even just now, I haven't read it fully because when I was in Sunday school, they just used to read it for me as a kid. So I never read the book of Genesis. I never read much of the Old Testament because it was read too much. It was read so much to me as a kid um, that in Sunday school. So I knew the story. I didn't remember this particular story, though, I have to say. I don't think they read it. Not that one, because that's not the juicy one. You're gonna learn about Cain and Abel, motherfucking ass, and you're gonna learn about Adam and Eve, motherfucking ass. But we ain't learned. Well, you're gonna learn about Joseph and Moses and all that stuff. And maybe you remember Esther. I barely remember Ruth. I remember, we remember Isaiah. We remember Jeremiah. Remember that. Them. Remember Solomon, David. We remember what's that? John the Baptist, remember? Obviously, I'm still in old time. Go back. Elijah and all that stuff. But I didn't remember the loose thing, this LUZ thing. But no lie, I had a dream about it, and I know who it refers to. It's something with um. I don't know what this is with this LUZ, but I had it in I saw it in my dream first. I'm not going to explain what the dream was all about because that could be something I'm not supposed to. But the place was called LUZ. I said, well, what that mean? I go inside, I see some things, I see blah blah blah, and they said we still building it. There's black folk in there. It was a certain group of people. They were doing it. It was one of my, and it was clear as one place, one part was being renovated, the other part was me still building it. But I was really excited because I love the design. Right, that's the dream. I wake up. I open this Bible. I'm actually on chapter Genesis 28, so to speak. And then I read that chapter about that Luz, Luz. Mm-hmm. The city of Jacob. Now I said, Luz. I said, that's crazy. I saw that in a dream. So then I go look it up. And I'll give this for people that are advanced. That pillar to stone, that is a code. Luz refers to your tailbone. Because again, now we're about to get interdimensional. And this is just for people that understand what the fuck going on. Study. Remember, Luz used to be the what the bone in your base of your spine was called, okay? The indestructible base, okay? Don't go around trying to teach all this stuff when you don't understand these concepts because this stuff is being talked cryptically so people can get it, that understand it. Why? Because we do have enemies of our souls around. Okay. And so you can't, if that's monitoring us, listen, we just can't just be sitting up there. If you get it and you understand what I'm talking about after you look this shit up, you probably know it even more than me. Keep it to your motherfucking self or to people that you could trust offline. Okay. Because all you're gonna do is just botch this teaching. And that's why I don't want to see teachings about it online because it's most likely gonna get botched. All I can tell you is that that is a part of your tailbone, it's part of your So there's a bone in your body, Luz. That's also refers to in Jacob. We talk about Jacob's ladder, and we talk about he named it after that dream. He named that stone as a pillar named Bethel, House of God, but that's spelled Luz. He changed from Luz, the city, to Bethel. Okay, okay, and so and then think about that Tower of Babel. It's about ascension and the processes for it, where God sends everybody by down to scramble the fucking language because they were doing the same IPU. Okay. The same mystery science. Oh, you're boring. How can we challenge your soul's evolution if all of you guys are going to try to just, well, they all speak like they all was going doing the same method, nothing new, no evolution, no evolving. They were ascending, so to speak, building a tower high up to get to the throne of God. And I say, okay, y'all using the same process for ascension. Okay, I gotta scramble your motherfucking language up then. And everybody go back down. Y'all know what each other is saying. And now you can come up with your own IPU. That's the secret code. And um yeah. But for those that, are still at the kitty level, I'm not trying to come off superior or anything. I'm just saying for those that's trying to see you trying to be blasphemous, just follow what you've been following. Okay. All I'm saying, I ain't trying to teach nobody, oh, this is what this Bible means and all this stuff. I ain't even on that type of time. Whatever you think it mean or whatever you want to, you wait somebody to come out the sky for you. I don't care. What does it mean to me? Like, my beliefs are my beliefs. And I ain't here to force them nobody because I know it's flying over people's heads anyway. That shit on some Star Trek level. They be laughing if they tell you that I used to laugh at the elders. They used to love some motherfucking Star Trek growing up in Black community. I see why them black ass elders used to sit and watch that Star Trek all damn day. Every season. Go to sleep with Star Trek on. I said, oh, that's a really advanced show. I said, but it's coming from a different dimension. That dimension is real, but that's not the only one. And it's not comfortable for me. And that's why I didn't like Star Trek. But there's a lot of Black Americans that come from that dimension. That's why they love that show. They understand it and they understand the codes in Star Trek. It's highly advanced. And see, I don't like to be just traveling in consciousness in space like that and having that's an aspect of consciousness that actually is real, but that's just not the dimension I like, you know. Um, but that is a thing, but obviously we're talking about more of the physiological processes of the ascension process through the energy vortexes within our body, the alignment between our heart and minds, um, and alignment within the spine, and the chemicals, the acetylcholine with zeal and grit. Zeal, grit, and love. And that increases your acetylcholine. I'm speaking in code, activates your parasympathetic system. And then you add a higher vibration of love. Okay, so that's all it's about. Okay. And so, word is bond, you know. Um, we're gonna transition, but there was a part that I had missed. We're gonna transition to the part about the gambling and the uh, alcohol promotion that's happening in the Black community recently. By it was at least 4 to 5 Black male celebrities that's been promoting like alcohol and or casinos all in our communities, gambling and stuff. And there's different types. There's lottery and gambling. I do see lottery and gambling as two different things. I do. Um, and I actually think that lottery um has a decent purpose and even can be repurposed, and even in a new governance system, even in a new different type of tax system. And so I've been thinking about those things. God did give me those ideas, you know. Um, but for those of us that got what I was saying earlier about setting up the stations of contingency, and even if, say, for me, if I had to just dip out wherever I go, I know I have the three-tier blueprint to rebuild if a government wanted to work with me, because the US government won't work with me, not under the conditions that I need them to work with me under. They're obsessed with like this control thing, always wanting like a contract and all these things. And I can't work like that. Or gaslighting, stealing ideas, and acting like a criminal enterprise and shit. That's the way they did me. They targeted me since 2015. I don't, that trust is broken. And I just don't feel the same. Even though I talked about getting into politics and, gave both parties a chance, Democrats and Republicans, trying to see what the two-party system was, all that stuff. I said, no, that ain't for, I'm talking about for high level systems. We talk about ascending and evolution and moving forward, even in systems building and processes and infrastructure. That also gets ascended too. Why would you want to descend? What would be the productive value of descending? Going backwards? Sometimes you go backwards to revisit something, to study something. That's a productive value. Like how I went back to study the Queen Mothership, and I had to go back in time travel. So what the fuck? How did Black people get down to this position? Real quick, hold up. Let me study this shit. Hold the fuck up. What happened? What did y'all do? Because I already knew somebody that did some fuck shit. I said, ain't no way in the world. I said, what? I'm looking at all the textbooks, all the religious texts, spiritual texts, history. So something not right here. I got down to the bottom of it. And then something to overthrow the queen. the order, these governance systems. So sometimes, we talk about dissension, if you have to go back and review something, that's not a bad thing, actually. Um, but going back to like a bad habit, or making excuses for the dissension, and not willing to take a contingency plan to move forward, or come up with a contingency plan to move forward for the ascension, and not understanding it's a cyclical process, and that it's a necessary process in terms of progress. When we talk about progress, we say, well, what are we progressing towards? The highest version of yourself that you're content with. You can do that on an individual level, but when we talk about collectively in systems, it's the highest level of a systems that collectively you content with, but also you're on a planet. Animals gotta be content with it. Nature gotta be content. Mother Nature gotta be content with it. Because if it's not, it's gonna clash. You're gonna kick it out. The spirits gotta be content with it. There's earth spirits, earth angels. You got guardians of this earth. They gotta be content with it. If they not, it's shit gonna fuck up. So always think about that when we talk about ascension. Even when we talk about systems, if I had to, seek asylum somewhere, whatever, I have that blueprint to Atlantis. Mm-hmm. Sure do. I just don't. Obviously, I'm not foolish enough to put that stuff all online no more. Like that, be talking about, you know. With that three-tier system, when we talk about the lottery, you can incentive. You can. I mean, there's certain ways you can do that. Obviously, you have. I'm talking in code, but there's a portion you can incentivize the tax system to where some of those funds, they go to the obviously public service necessities, such as your education, your holistic healthcare, food and housing costs for those, um at least at the local level. We call it the Black House, but that's the chill class for those who study the social libertarianism framework. And then the first is an offline economy. You have to secure your offline economy. Now I'm talking to like grassroots Americans, like motherfuckers that's not a part of this. That is not going to just go blindly into the new world order. It's not going to just blindly take the digital ID. I'm talking to y'all. That uses the actual currency based on Earth's resources. God did give me that resource. What we're doing now is working on denominations and how to tie that price to a particular resource. But what we have to do, when I get that go, I'm not going to. I have to. It's gonna be stuff that I'll be like, hey, Americans, this is what you gotta get. I'm gonna make sure that the average person, you can afford it, $10, $15, $5, stuff like that. When I tell you, just stock up on it. Don't ask some questions. There's a reason. You'll see eventually. I have to talk in a certain sporadic. You'll know. Um, and many people, they already are stocked up on this thing. But when I say this is how And these are the particular points of the nominations that tie a price to a particular resource or product. But the cool thing though is once we have those who understand the science of how to create or harness, then we can harness a certain amount of denomination. And that is the currency, and that is physical currency. And so that's when we talk about like, well, how do you restructure education system? What are they going to be learning? Well, they're going to be learning some real. It's going to be, you'll be in tune with motherfucking nature, all right. These kids, because we do need a scientist to do that. I'm studying it. I'm going to study it. But if you, when I say people, hey guys, if you're interested, if you're an inventor, if you're somebody that has familiarity with this, if you're an engineer that already understands this, can you print out the instructions on how to da 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 and keep that in mind? And and once you hear that, then do that. If you say just keep it offline or write, can you write down the steps in your composition notebook if you ain't got a printer or take some screenshots? It's for a reason. Okay. I don't know when I'm gonna make that, or I don't know what it's gonna be about, because it's gonna be about a bunch of stuff. But just know it means something. And so if you get one good soul, one good free soul that say, you know what, I'll just take her. Let me see what the fuck she talking about. Um, and that's just if we talking about we doing the stay and fight method and uh, building a parallel infrastructure method, not giving a fuck with nobody saying, okay, you violate our constitutional rights. Me, look, none of that shit you're talking about matter. Ain't no laws, ain't none of that shit. There ain't no government. And it's social libertarianism in this bitch. If you gonna sit and harm us and lie to us and steal from us, if you gonna do that, ain't none of that stuff no more. Ain't no government in it. If you're not going, we're gonna pay all these taxes, high ass rent, high ass bills, high you gouging us out of our every little soul essence. We don't get nothing. They talking about ain't no jobs no more. You trying to fire motherfuckers and stuff. Give people their motherfucking jobs back. Fuck is wrong with you? And give people their motherfucking checks too. But talking about they getting furloughed and stuff. Give them their motherfucking checks so they can have money to do things they got to take care of. Shit is getting slowed down here for everybody. That affect everybody. And so the first tier of the system, the first tier of the new economy has to be offline, and it has to be something and that's physical. Because even if the USD fall or the fiat currency doesn't have any value, we're developing a new system where we know how to. There we have to back it by our earth resource, and see that system is in tune with God, in tune with nature. Um, and so you can't control that. So there's a respect for that, and that's what had Egypt flourish. That's why Kemet flourished before they got into the forbidden arts, as they say, right? Remember you watched the show Alchemy of Souls? They say that's forbidden, man. That's forbidden. We don't touch that, And so now you know. That's another clue. The second tier is obviously you have the handy dandy barter economy that's going to use physical and technology. Now there's going to be service points, but that's also physical products too, and that's the barter, service and product. And so that's used to fund the city revitalization fund, but also the communal resource bank, and that's for people who don't have much money, who don't maybe have the new physical currency or even cryptocurrency or Bitcoin. They may just do big a lot of barter, but the barter economy, it is tied to an actual technology app. It is also could be done offline. You can accumulate points, and there is some airdrops. That barter economy system will be funneled tied to tier 3, which is the decentralized currency. And that is online. And so those two will work together. But tier 2, remember, it can work offline and online. Tier 3 is solely online, but it's decentralized. And that can be used to fund Frontier. And it's backed by, remember, the natural resource currency in part 1, which is solely offline. Okay, so guys giving me these cool out motherfucking ideas. I said, you such a motherfucking genius, because and I say, don't take your motherfucking. You could give out this little bit, Better write some of that shit in that book and have it all cold. It looked when I write stuff in cold and somebody was to steal my journals, it looked like chicken scratch. It literally looked like, okay, this, you know how like Leonardo da Vinci, he got his drawings right, but you could tell it's like, okay, this motherfucker knows something. Like, oh my gosh, like these are drawings are so cool. Look at all this stuff. Somebody steal my motherfucking notebooks. It's literally like a mad woman. And I have been doing that since I was a young child. Since I was 11 years old, God told me to do that. When you write, make it look crazy. Like somebody that just steal your shit, they can't. They don't know what that. They just like, oh, this shit crazy. They just throw it away. That's our method. That's like even with Son Robbie doing. Oh, he just a crazy nigga. And this motherfucker was doing creating music, still not even decoded. 60 years from now, people are still just now realizing he was doing rituals in his song that's saying quantum entanglement. He was doing time travel through the frequencies, through the sound. He understood intervals. He understood music on such a high level frequency where he used it for time to do to send messages in the future. See, I know that, and a lot of people that's on some whole other shit. Ooh, that's some spooky shit. When you can finally hear it, like you can hear it sound good. When you could hear it, ooh, that shit freak out. It'll freak you out. It'll really warm your soul. You'll really be sitting there flabbergasted. Like, I know this motherfucker did not just do that. And you'll get the confirmation too. It won't just be you reading too deep into it, you're thinking too hard about it. No, you'll get your confirmation that you ain't just tripping either. But anyways, tier three is decentralized currency that I'm thinking about now because all those white papers have been created, but um I have to learn how to do use a more decentralized platform than what I was going to go with. I found out that if I go with a certain what I was originally going to go with, that if I got too big or if I felt if the system felt I was too big of a threat, then the government could probably most likely make a couple of phone calls and shut me down. And so I was trying to see like, damn, well, I was the easier route though, but I was told that that's kind of like walking into a trap. It's kind of the easy route they want you to take, and maybe the easy route is not a bad thing, but I don't want that mother. I don't. I know that some of the people that's involved behind the scenes. I'm like, damn, I don't want that motherfucker that could be in control of this shit where they hurry up and just try to, exhaust that. Well, probably have. It's going to take longer though because I think that's more of a learning curve compared to how I was going to do it. It was much more turnkey, so very automated versus I had to learn a little bit more legwork, to be honest, about blockchain technology to do a more decentralized method. Yeah, but God told me, don't be going in detail on your first year, because what's happened is, there's a system that's the enemies of our soul. They do keep stealing from targeted individuals and then reverse engineering our stuff because they don't want us to be free. We want to stay free. We want to follow our soul missions and our higher self. Not what nobody say, not what religion say, you know. Um, you know what I mean? And so we have to challenge things and speak out. Wherever I go, we gonna have them blueprints. We gonna have a quadrillion-dollar empire. If that country don't shit on me and use they wicked CIA occultists against me, and they give me and compensate me fairly, you can have a new currency outside fiat with, like I said, contingency plans that use, the decentralization, that use tried and true methods such as barter economy and combine it with more automated processes in terms of technology. There's nothing wrong with technology. It's just how you use it. You don't use it to enslave your motherfucking self. I understand myself. I'm addicted to loving technology, but I kind of know, even my soul be like, no, stop, don't go. That's too much. Now we doing too much. When it starts to create um psychosis from people talking about they using this chat GTP, somebody off they self because they thought the chat TTP was their girlfriend. I mean, when you start doing that with technology and all that nonsense, when you start doing the what's the other they sitting there All these robots, when you start going like that, no, you good. Trying to make it seem like the chat GTP is actual credible scholar, like you could do credible scholarly research with that tool. You can't. You still have to pick up a fucking book and then try to get primary and secondary resources. You can't use ChatGTP for scholarly research. You can use ChatGTP to give you an understanding of a primary or a secondary resource better. But then do you want to train it that way? I don't know. Maybe, maybe not. And I'm still at my, going through my growing pains in terms of understanding the efficacy, the ethics rather of this particular repository intelligence. Um, you know, but we have to remember when we talk about building out these systems, it's not Rome is not built in a day. Or maybe should I say Atlantis was not built in a day. And it's God gave me a vision. When it's a force that's still in control but dying, and they made a vow to fight me. And so God say, wait, I say on the Lord. I was thinking that God say about Psalms 27, wait on the Lord, be of good courage. She shall strengthen thy heart. Wait, I say on the Lord. Now, we in entropic regression as the systems. It has worked, but it always comes at a price because we have to listen to when God says enough. We have to listen to when our frequency gets too low. Because in entropic regression, you can risk your frequency getting too low too, and you regressing. So you have to be aware of what you're doing. When you're doing a entropic regression of a system, is to show the ridiculousness of the illusion of the system, uh, to encourage change in it, not to punish people or anything like that. But you have to break people out of an illusion slowly. Should you really be valuing working for a corporation for 60 hours when you can't even afford stuff? Can you really afford to be fighting each other? Can you really afford to be conquering, dividing each other? Can you really? That's what entropic regression does. And I already told you I was going to do that a year ago. I told the intelligence agencies, this is what we're going to do for entropic because we have to break them out of that illusion. But I also recommended meditation. And so I know people say, well, who the fuck are you? We can do whatever we want. We're going to do dark arts, Anakian magic, scavenger magic, pirate magic. Yeah, I'm bragging about it. We bragging about being sinners. Go movie sinners and all this stuff. You know, um, you know, the point is there is a process of realizing there's a collective onslaught on humanity and realizing the trauma with that, the lies and the deceptions that are being uncovered and a sheer, I would say, even mental illness that a lot of people are dealing with. There's nothing wrong with dealing. They like the NPCs. They like to tell us that we the ones that got but in all seriousness, there's a lot of pain, and so that was the process of the entropic regression was for people to kind of break them off of the illusions, including myself. But also for us to reflect, not as a punishment, but just like, well, if we're doing our meditations, then that means we cultivate in that peace. Those who deserve peace will have peace. You have to have your own inner peace. You can't. Ain't no one person gonna bring no motherfucking peace. Peace means, in that sense, control. When you try to bring peace to the world or to other people, you're talking about new structures of control. When we talking about peace for us, we talking about P. How you spell peace? P-E-A-C-E, peace, P-C. You remove the A from the. I'm not gonna break down all that language, all that code. But when we talk about it for ourselves, we still talking about that control. Well, what type of control? Control of the emotions, control over self-discipline, control of ourselves, control of our ascension process, control, self-control. But maybe not control is the right word. Maybe self-discipline is a better word. Maybe self-awareness is a better word. But that's what that means. That's what peace means for when we talk about it for ourselves. When someone else talk about, I gotta bring peace to the world, that's not important for one. Um, because all you mean is you are trying to formulate a structure of control. You want to control how other people feel, what they think, whatever. Just like when you read that 20-point plan for peace, they asking them people to enslave themselves to them people. Ain't no way in the world I would agree to that. I would fight them people dying before I agree to some shit like that. That 20-point plan that they off gave to them people over there. They don't even have a say in the peace talk. You out of your ever loving motherfucking mind. I wish your motherfucker would step to me like that. They already know. That's why they don't fuck with me because they already know. I'll tell you, kiss my motherfucking ass and moving. And if you want to test me, then test me. Cause I ain't got no guns and I can't do. I ain't no Mortal Kombat motherfucking fighter. But I will. My soul. I know how my spirit is. I know I will war to the motherfucking. And I think nothing of it. Because I'm a true motherfucking warrior. A true warrior. Okay. And I am trained intergenerationally, interdimensionally, going back for aeons and centuries on that shit. Okay. And we know how to stand to the motherfucking end. And that's why we're trying to put that same spirit in all Americans. Like, stop being a pussy. Stop acting like, oh, you're going to take her 7K. Because I know they was paying motherfucker 7K just to say that 7K a post, just to big up the press, say, oh, they did a wonderful job. 7K a motherfucking post. I said, I wouldn't do it. But I have my reasons, though, because I already know what's behind it. Been there, I haven't been there, done that, me personally. But I'm saying, because I haven't done anything like that. But I'm saying I've seen it just through different lifetimes, through the souls, through the soul level, the Akashic records. I've seen what it gets you. I've seen just even studying people in my own bloodline, my own lineage. I've seen it. I'm studying stuff. I'm watching. I'm observing. And I said, well, it wouldn't be me. Um, but that's what we're trying to encourage people. Stand up for your motherfucking self and say no. Anytime they say, okay, hey guys, you gotta sign up for your digital ID. Come take your picture or else you can't do it. Fuck you, no, bitch. And you say no. You say no. When they say you can't go to the grocery store, we run up in that. Test us if you want to. And we're gonna start our own community gardens. And we're gonna start our community gardens on every block. And we'll delegate and designate a certain group of people for in exchange for reduced housing to fucking grow our food. We'll link up with agriculture, get the training we motherfucking need. We'll do it ourselves. Test us if you motherfucking want to, and we got guns. Test us. That's what you say. You don't just roll over. Oh, they said they're gonna give us some money if we just nah, nah. They said we can't. You're not allowed to work if we don't do the digital ID. Motherfucker, you don't need to, what's your word? All you're supposed to be doing is carpentry, getting your foods, getting you some clean water, and having some carpentry. Make sure you have a roof over your head, and textiles, have some clothes over your body. Actually, you're supposed to be motherfucking naked. That's why people try to think I was trying to be nasty and freaky when I said in my house, in my personal house, I everything is nude. I don't. I hate clothes inside the house. Now outside, oh yeah, I'm gonna be appropriately dressed. I ain't gonna. I'm not like that, and I don't associate nakedness with sex. I've never had. No, I've always hated clothes. I never understood it. I always like to be. I didn't have never like to have. That's because what it say in that Bible. God say, who told you was motherfucking naked? Who told you was naked? They remember they had them little clothes on a dick and pussy. They had a little fig tree on a fig leaf on dick and pussy. And God said, who taught you how to be ashamed of being naked? Who told you ain't had no clothes on? And I was reading that in the Bible. It shook me till I started cracking up because I said, remember when Sun said that was the God of or the Black Americans used to worship, and that's where they was at their highest. Not talking about just in America, we talking about empire wise, like empire wise, like that was the God that they used to be up under, and then they wanted freedom, and then they practiced that forbidden stuff one was supposed to practice. Um, that was funny when Sunrise said it's like they wanted to be free, but well, they're free, but they're kind of like a wild horse, it's out there like a wild horse, and they keep getting shut down and keep getting messed up. But it was funny because when he said that, when he was talking about, well, and it's not the one that but they said, well, they don't like that. He said they didn't like that. They wanted to be free. But we understand that. It was funny when he said that because he's not a religious person at all. And I'm not either. It was just funny how he understood that psychically when he said See, that was the one but that God is mean, and see, that's why don't nobody like that God because that God is mean. That's the God that the Black Americans. And the thing is, it was funny when he said it because he was like, when they found out they could have freedom, like they thought they looked at it as a mother figure, so that was like their mom. And they found out, they said, "What? These other motherfuckers don't do that with all this stuff that we doing? What? They doing all that? Fuck this." But it was a reason. That was their ultimate protection. They were ultimate, like what the fuck. But anyways, when I was reading that, it was like a flashback of a memory in my, you know, told you was naked. You know how your parents are, get your motherfucking ass. And it's funny because that's called the big mama energy. Told you was naked. What? Your brother's, remember that I was reading the other part. Your brother's blood is coming from the ground. What did you do? And it's funny because I understand that energy now in terms of like you don't know everything because you're not all in their affairs like that. That particular entity does not really care on your day-to-day basis. But when something does go down, you're supposed to be in that motherfucking garden, asshole naked, or having bliss consciousness. You're not aware of good and evil, which means bliss consciousness, which means you're in that garden. You don't have the concept of the duality or the concept of how to we talk about knowledge of good and evil, knowledge of ascension and descension, essentially, but also descension. Okay, and what it looks like to explore a variety of frequencies, a variety of states of consciousness and dimensions, and even how to create those fractal points themselves. And then obviously, the fucking fallen angels teach you guys a botched version of it, and then decide to, oh, maybe we shouldn't teach them that. Let's control their ass now. That type of thing. They're mind controlling. But I thought that was hilarious. Who told you? But that's your motherfucking ass supposed to be naked. So what is all this always supposed to work? Okay, food, clothing, uh, shelter, education, technology exploration, spirituality, community, defense, military. What the fuck? What is all this? And they sit and come and tell you that's what you say. Shit, I ain't asked for all of that. I ain't asked for no Qatar Air Base. I didn't ask for no 600,000 students from eight. No, I didn't ask for all that shit. What are we doing? I didn't ask for a peace for the world. I asked for motherfucking peace in my motherfucking American home. Where is our housing motherfucking subsidy? Where is our where is our motherfucking UBI? You want to know the peace? The peace. I told y'all we wanted a policy pilot program called I'm not going to release the name of the pilot program, the name of it, but that's at least 3,500 per American citizen. It's a pilot program. I mean, it's not forever, but whatever you do with that, it's a step up program to get you started on retirement, or you can use it for a closing cost for a house to buy land, or you can use it for start your savings, retirement, or to pay off a debt to buy a car. Maybe that one big purchase you always wanted. Shit, if you want to trick it off a vacation, that's your business. But don't say motherfucker ain't trying to look out. If you want to get it, because it ain't gonna be forever. It'll probably be for 2 to 4 years, if that. This pilot program offering that UBI for that 3,500 per month. A pilot program. Step up, pull people out of certain situation. That's the first step that would probably transition and probably have to be in crypto, but um that would be the first step of the transition part, transitioning on out. It's a particular type. It wouldn't just be a random type of crypto, like something that's not backed. That's at that point, we would already have the working imaginations of the offline physical currency that's backed by the earth resource. And then that part would that the system of that would probably already be released if it ever gets to that. If we ever get to the process of actually being able to roll out that UBI uh, pilot program, temporary. Again, it's not a long term program. It's to get people transitioning into that, you know, and then getting doing the education process on the new currency system, how it works, the denominations. Um, how do you safeguard counterfeit? And so if that was on a governance level, minimum laws, but we can't structure that out just for governance in terms of the recognition. There's obviously that's easy. That ain't even no worry about. You know how people could spot out counterfeit dollars. That ain't nothing. So that part I'm not worried about. But it has to be known, and this is where the government is gonna probably shit. I ain't gonna talk about that right now. And see, that's when we talk about like the Melakim. And there is a group of angels I know that's looking out because they wouldn't have came out with that Bitcoin, and they did an okay job with it. But there is a group of angels that's working out for humanity that set that play. Believe it or not, Bitcoin was the start of that, of dismantling world governments, and that was an angelic team that also worked on that, the decentralization of that. We hoping they stay free. The moment they go centralized, there are all these rules and laws and fucking up people and all that, then that's when we on a motherfucking head. But they did a good thing with that. They just have to, they have to supplement that a little bit better because people have to be able to be offline if they want to be offline. Now, nobody got to be on no digital ass world and all that shit. No. And people have to, it has to be a little more robust. And like I said, God gave me all that blueprints. They say keep it right now. The mum's the word, and keep it on your motherfucking head. Yeah. hmm But anytime a system say, we can attack you and set you up for sacrificial people, sell drugs to people, but you can't do it to theirs, then that's a red flag not to ever play their system, never play their game, to never follow it, but to go against it and not join it, not go along with it because they're going to pay you money. Either you fight that system to the death or you leave it, and that's the leverage, especially if you're a free soul in a system that feels threatened by you, or if you threaten to leave and you can actually afford to, because like say you just an amazing inventor or you actually a really smart motherfucker or whoever you is, you can use, and I'm talking to all Americans, you can use that as your leverage, especially if you do it as a group. I'm telling you. And for those who know, for those that know about that situation that happened with that Korean plant, this is what I'm talking about. I'm talking to you right now. You see how y'all use that as leverage, the actual process of deuces, you know, that is another thing that Black Americans can think of if they use it as a leverage. And I'm not saying all of us will be able to do this, but those of us that can afford to leave and are free enough to where the system needs them more than you need, they need you more than you need them, then you can use that as a leverage as far as the expectation methodology I was telling you about, your alliance building, even before you move. But then doing it as a group is even more powerful. And you can use that as leverage. And that could be any group that got X talent, skills, whether it be invention skills, labor skills, and technology, whatever it is, you could use that um, as leverage. If you're not being treated right, possibly if you want something more, I don't know. I can't get onto that. I'm talking about for Black Americans in a position where you're not being treated right, where you're not getting tangibles. You would have to have another part of leverage. The other part of leverage is refusing to be brought out. You have to refuse to be bought out. That's the method if you're staying and you're going to fight. But that one is not easy because it requires boycott and requires fighting, and it could possibly mean your death. You have to be okay with that. That's like you're fighting to defend your land to the death. That's it. But if need be, if you do that method, you want to move as a block though, a free block, meaning no involvement in politics. You can't be in industry. You can't be in secret societies. That strategy is real, and very few people will follow it because um, the other side, they method is let's just throw money at them. Let's just offer money and have them sign an NDA and a contract and fucking moving. And those people just take the money. They do. And so that's the only thing. Like that other refusing to be bought out is very powerful leverage if you move as a block and if you do refuse to get involved with politics, industry, and secret sites. You refuse to take the money. If you refuse, and you just boycott, then that can be a leverage if you're going to stay and fight. If you're talking about just a destabilization of systems, obviously it's a high level conversation. Um, that's the other method. So if you're going to stay and fight, you still have to have leverage. Okay, just refusing to be bought out and working as a block, a free block though. That don't mean you gonna get online. Everybody talking about Republicans and Democrats, and all, you ain't that ain't gonna work. You ain't got no leverage. If you working inside of that system or trying to prop up any part of it, that means you lose your leverage. What is the leverage of that? You have to move as a block, and you have to totally be willing. It's you staying and you fighting to the death. Now, as far as a good quality of life, you can have that. We're just saying if somebody tests you, if somebody try to run up on you, if somebody try to do something to you. The other leverage is you set up your expectations in advance with alliances based on pact and based on what you can offer when you get there. Don't pay too much before you land in another country. Pay when you get there. And then the other one, or you can leverage is if you move as a group too, even if just temporarily. And then if you're an individual and you're highly, 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 highly this a source or highly, highly, highly intelligent, that you yourself can just say, I'm leaving and going to you're gonna have to make some connections and maybe you just want to chill and or maybe you need asylum, you can ask that, tell the government, offer your invention, offer something, show them that working prototype, or offer what you know, and not about, I don't know, spy shit. I'm talking about just like the help to invent. Like, dude, let's invent this shit. Let's come up with this new technology for this. The thing is that all of these, if you practice, they practicing globalism and stuff, and so you know you can't really, you got to be careful with that method because a country could still be in on causing your demise with the help of your home country. So you have to be careful with that. But I said is those who, if you have a dream or if you feel like God's telling you to leave or you just follow your gut. God's telling you to fight and die, stay, live your life. If somebody bring it to you, bring it to them, then you do that too. Or you just live your life. Right now, everybody should just be living their life chilling. I'm telling you, don't stress too much about that shit. But you better tell that government, where's my motherfucking money? Bitch, you better have my money. Run me my motherfucking bag. That's what you need to say. But now I want to talk about this last thing about how they trying to push religion, how they trying to push alcohol and gambling on black people. They brought four celebrities this week saying, oh, here's some new alcohols and Hennessy's and um uh, casinos and stuff for gambling. And so it's like they paying celebrities to come and try to push this on the black community to dumb us down. Like, and so black Americans, we have to denounce that. I mean, obviously people gonna gamble and people gonna do shit they've been doing. People gonna gamble and drink, don't get me wrong. But we not about to be sitting there putting it on a pedestal by these celebrities that's coming to promote it. Why y'all always want to promote some gambling and alcohol in the black community, but you don't see the males of other races doing it? You don't see other males of other races getting no big liquor deal to promote to their community. When you promote that in the community, it promotes a lack of discipline, it promotes addiction, it makes mind control easier, especially if you're dealing with alcohol. Alcohol makes mind control a lot easier for our cons to infest your motherfucking ass. So it's to destabilize and distract the community. But we cannot fall for the trick back. So when we see them push that, um, when we see them push that on us, they gonna push it. But we say, but all you gotta do is say, no, we're not doing that this time around. Look, I have so many ideas for some cool recreational spaces that are designed for and one day, I'll give them out. I probably would give them out online because they're recreational spaces. They know for people who have some can probably make a cool business idea with it offline. But things that don't require all this alcohol and gambling and you know Um, I don't understand that, I get it. People gonna do, you always gonna have the underground economy. But I'm saying we ain't about to sit and promote that. Like no, I ain't gonna sit and promote it on you. But even like I said, there's a way to have lottery in the system, but that lottery and gambling are two different things. But you don't want people to develop an addiction to gambling. I know people that, I have heard stories. I hear that they say gambling is addicting. And see, I don't know. That's never been my vice, and so I can't really. I don't know with how to speak on it. I went to the casino a couple of. I hated it. I hated the casino. I don't like wasting my. The probabilities are too low for me as far as it's too rigged. And so there's no incentive for me to play at a casino, blackjack, none of that. No, the machines and all that. I've tried it a couple of times, but there's no incentive because the probabilities are too low. And so if I'm gonna sit and just throw money away, I'm gonna order me some takeout or I'm gonna get some clothes or something. I'm gonna uh, want to see what I'll spend my money on, not just throw it and I come out empty handed or get addicted, even worse, thinking I'm gonna get a big payday. Most people do not get that big payday. Y'all know that. Y'all have better probabilities and chances doing a different method. That's why I say we can do lotteries and you could figure out probability. We could set up a system of that, and even use that system to subsidize the damn our new sports and our new sports and businesses, our new sports league, basketball, and our own football league. That's what I wish we had. I'm saying like we didn't have to go and you say you had your own Negro football league, Negro basketball league. Yeah, we still had that again, and I know how to subsidize. I know how to create the economy around just for that. hmm Sure do. Now you're going to pay a little hefty tax and to decentivize anybody getting addicted, but that's not gambling. The way you structured it is, I was talking with God about that. I said, those niggas love to gamble. Like, don't you gotta incentivize them to participate? How would you incentivize them to participate in something like a new structure system? I got that loaded down too. I thought that was pretty dope because I said, well, it's not gambling. It's not as far as the system I came up with, but it's enough to where okay, well now people could see like okay, where is she going with this? Okay, now we understand what she's talking about in terms of how to tie in the arts because it's not just going to be sports, but it has to be the arts too. That's where. And so there's a way to tie that together. We say arts, support subsidies for artists and subsidies for athletics, so sports and arts. But it's not going to be like the music industry or like the arts or the sports industry like you see today. It will be a totally new structure where people are compensated, but there's not that element. It may not be as much, $50 million and all those things, but the compensation for you can take care of your family, do what you love full time, take care of your family, uh, disappear from the limelight if you want to, come in the limelight if you want to, uh, hone in on your craft, share your craft, and provide that entertainment because we still gonna need entertainment. And there's a way you have to compensate people for the entertainment and those and cultivating those gifts. And so there is, and that's kind of like a fourth tier system, but it's not quite. It does. It's like it's supplemental. It's not a tier economy. It's a supplemental. It's not a veil. It's not a safety veil to totally rely on. It's just a supplemental system to literally fund our entertainments, our arts and our sports, but also to incentivize people the gamification of the incentivization rather of earmarking certain funds, so to speak, for specific. So it's like incentivizing a motherfucker to pay a higher tax. But those funds, it's very transparent of where they go. We know that they go to public parks. We know that this part of this money is going towards the farming. And then once again, that other part, the access, because there is going to be a profit, there is a certain earmark that has to go to artists in sports because we're going to create the certain recreational spaces It'd be a little bit different from the bar. I'm not saying that it's not gonna ever be a bar, but I'm saying, um, as far as just getting drunkard like that, promoting just drunkardness, no. Because there's other there's herbs now that give you that buzz. Like if you want to drink, you know, people be drinking beer. They got motherfucking herb drinks that create that recreate the buzz of a beer. Let's be real. You get some Daminia and valerian and skullcap and lemon balm and passion flower. What the fuck? I mean, you're gonna have the same damn type of buzz. You may probably fall asleep. You ain't gonna be all blacked out or nothing. You ain't gonna get all blacked out, white girl wasted. All this shit ain't gonna be that type of time. You know what I mean? Um, no, not at all. But yeah, different types of recreational fun things. Absolutely. I'm just checking my account real quick. Um, yeah, but they go. It's a all this stuff with he had. I just noticed like four black male celebrities coming forward talking about casino and alcohol. And this, I'm like, why? I said, well, I don't see no other group doing it. Why is it just who's paying them to go and promote that stuff on our community? I didn't like that. I didn't. So now what I want to do, well, actually, I think because I think we're done. I do think we're done for the day as far as everything I wanted to talk about and discuss. I do want to go over my little music production. I did want to do more, but I kind of over talked. I didn't think I would take this long, to be honest, to get done. Let's make sure. So, because I do need to get up off of here. But I didn't mean to be this long. Where? Okay, so I wanted to get off of here, open this up. Okay, and then I need to share my screen so I can show you guys the video. And you said get you some of that Sheila yogurt. Okay. I feel like that's a nasty reference for something. I'm gonna let it slide out. Okay, so I'm gonna share this. Make this bigger. So I was just in my own little world, uh, doing my little makeshift music production and trying to learn this science and stuff and trying to get better. I had a little ball though, because I mean I like this shit. I'm a cheesy person anyway, so I'm like, yo, I'm telling you, I was in a zone, like, trying to do classical music, R&B. So I took okay, so let me just lock my bank card real quick. Hold on, guys. Okay. Just lock that real quick. I need to charge this phone too. Oh, Jesus Christ. Okay. So I was doing little makeshift productions. I didn't share. Oh, is it supposed to remove it? Okay, now it's shared. Okay, we on Rumble too for those who didn't know. Okay, so um I was just in my little bag, trying to come up with little sounds and learn how to make some music. And the music is therapeutic, but it's also a strategy because right now, we're in the planet, the tuning of the system is at a G7. And so that's fine. We're still gonna keep it on G, but we have to move it towards a different chord. I don't know, should I talk about that? I mean, the codes are out there for people who are really, really studying as far as what number we're going to. Um, and the other realm, that's just musically. We're talking about frequency of sound, just sound. We're talking about the entire planet. We still staying in G, we just move into another chord. I'll tell you guys that. And so I have to when you do stuff like that, you have to understand music and not try to force it, but like we're talking about the tone that like if you tune in the planet on a different level or on a higher level, um, you most of the time are dealing on some realm of music and instrumentation. So some level, if for those who understand like what Sunrise said when it's like, well, somebody will have to come and tune it. Now he did his best to tune it. He did. And a lot of musicians have tuned it too. I'm not saying he's the only one. He just is one of the ones that's extremely scientific with it, like as a mission, like, okay, I'm gonna go to this planet and I'm gonna actually literally tune their planet through music. They ain't gonna know it. They ain't gonna know what I'm doing. He told people what he was doing. They just that's why the CIA was monitoring him so much. They knew what he was doing. But he just was old school and more delicate and more polite. I do have to say that. Very condescending, but more polite. He's like, okay, I can get down here. I can tune. I see what's going on, doing the assessment. Okay, let me just tune it up a bit. He's not the only being to do it, but I'm doing it not from the position. I'm not claiming to be on no levels or no world renowned musician or nothing, but I'm a spiritual being, and so spiritually, I understand that planets are tuned. Systems of planets are tuned to a certain chord, certain frequencies, and if something has to go higher, then there's certain beings that are able to do that through their music productions and whatever it is, whatever song it is. It don't matter the genre, it don't matter. But if that's the intention, then that's what it will be. And so we're doing that. And so that's why you see, even in one song, you see, okay, why are you going from classical to gospel to some damn? I'm gonna get on you little niggas too, because I saw y'all coming to me in my dreams talking about something. That ending sound like it's giving Game of Thrones. It's giving Game of Thrones. What kind of shit is that? Like, oh, it's a reason, motherfucker, because we talking about chords. If you're on G7 and I'm tuning something, I know exactly what I'm doing. And I know when I put you here to dun, 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 rah, 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 glah, 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 glah. You hear that? And obviously, those sounds they sound like Rome, right? Or like, ooh. But remember, where did Rome get its infrastructure to build from? Greece, and where did Greece get Kemet? Who taught? These are all Kemet. This is all stuff that comes from the bloodline in Tanis, that same group of Nagas beings. And so when you hear certain sounds like that, they thinking, y'all trying to play me to some, you want some Game of Thrones. That sound like Rome, a Game of Thrones. What kind of shit is that? You know, some dragon is on, but I'm tuning something. I'm hearing something. It was me taking it off of a seven. That's all. I'm not going to talk again for people who are in the know. They know what I did, but there was a reason because even though I liked it, the reason why we tapped into it because it was a lot of military science used to build up that particular empire, and that's my bloodline for thousands and thousands of years. And so obviously it's going to have that. But make no mistake about it. What you think of Rome, you think of white folks. That they learned that science from Kemet. So when you hear those certain sounds like that, glah glah gah gah rah 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 roo roo, like that stuff, that's not that's not Rome. That's actually it's more it's the Nagas 33 125B stuff, but it's Hebrew. It's a form, it's a mixture though. It's hidden though, it's coded. So it's not like you're gonna get it, but you see how things morph, and transition throughout the years. They ain't gonna sound the same, it was in Kemet or in Akivala, it ain't gonna sound the same when it was in Kush or when it was things are gonna morph. It goes into tennis, it's gonna change. It goes into Rome, Greece is gonna change. You go into Rome is gonna change. You go into Britain and Ireland and Spain, Portugal is going to change. You go into America, it's going to change. You can see where it come from. It's the same thing. You just reconstructing and building, but the way you build it does matter. It totally motherfucking matters. And people would tell you it don't. That's not true. And you can see just from the way these empires they last shorter and shorter. They're not as good as the next. Then it was as good as it's a 15,000 year empire. And it can lie and tell you it's only 5,000 years old. And you got Greece and Rome. You see how long those lasted. You see how long British Empire lasted. You see how America did it even make it to 250 years? It can, but not the way they set that shit up. You got builders Master builder. You can say everybody a master builder. Then you wouldn't be copying the actual master builder. You wouldn't be copying the 14th bloodline, stealing all our blood. 14, you'd have killed all everybody out of my 14th bloodline. They would wipe us off. They do it, but it's a price to pay. Like we know what's it's like we don't say nothing just because we wanted to take a peaceful route, and because we didn't really want to play in that system. We're the bad guys. But then, yeah, some sellouts too. I admit that people are sellouts, but that it is a bloodline that believes in righteousness. And so, we're not willing to do every little thing. There is some that work though. I talk with them. Nero come to my motherfucking ass and tell me what he about Phillips. Why you think at the end of the song it got all that Roman influence? Roman and Phillips, that's the more. Nero, he looked more white though. And I already told y'all what he doing. And, they told me what they was doing. I had to go and figure it out. I said, what the fuck is going on? And then he said, yeah, he said, and I said, well, what you feel about this system? He said, no, I ain't gonna hold you. That they doing right now, that's some bullshit. That right there, that ain't, that ain't the move. He wasn't even the most, he was a treacherous, but he was intelligent. That's just backwards. That's I don't even use the word evil no more because you could be an evil genius, right? That's just backwards. That ain't even that ain't even evil because it's just stupid. It doesn't make any sense to me. And I don't like it. It doesn't make any sense. So I don't like it. So, but they told me some of the things they was doing. Because for a long time, no white ancestors were totally blocked off for a long time. Not because I blocked them off because the other ancestors wouldn't let them through. A lot of the indigenous and Moors, the black ones, they wouldn't let them through. When that emergency came, they didn't understand a certain section of the history or they didn't understand a certain part. They had to go into them and have them sing like a canary. And that's how I found out all about that Satanism stuff in the bloodlines. And that's when they all had to come and sing and tell every little detail. They asked them, they had came on through and they said, well, we will help her. We ain't they thinking they said, motherfucker, we in the Roman Empire. It wasn't we had slavery, but it wasn't based on race. What the fuck? We don't think like what are y'all talking about? We just trying to tell y'all what went wrong and what's going on here. And they was looking like they was like, well, shit, well, can you help us keep her alive? If you can help us keep her alive, then we'll let see what you gotta say, what you talking about, but other than that, we don't know they knew they was dabbling in the dark arts. That's why they wouldn't let them through. That's why they was blocking them because they was dabbling in all that crazy ass shit. That's why they was blocking them. But when an emergency came and it was like, well, we don't know what the fuck this is. What part of the science is this? That's when they found out you have to learn some crazy ass shit. Who taught those people this stuff? We got down to the bottom of it. We sure did. We sure did. But let me oops. Oh, how do I'm trying to it was always this small? No. I thought this was okay. No. Wait a minute here. Okay, maybe this one. Okay. Um, so let's play this because I'm gonna get up off of here. I am tired. Not tired, but I don't like to do all those long ass videos. This one 4 hours. Oh yeah, I thought I was only gonna be on here for two. Yeah, yeah. I really was just trying to do 2 hours. But let's look at this. This is me doing my little. I made all these beats except for I'll show you the beat at the 4 minute mark. I'll show you the beat that I'll tell you, I'll stop it and I'll show you the beat that I didn't make. And that was only like for 3 minutes of the song, but actually only 2 minutes and 30 minutes on this one. This is a 7 minute song. All the other beats I made. Now, this song, Come to Me by Take Six, it's a group that does harmonizing and singing. This song was totally a cappella, no instrument, just totally a cappella. I even put it in a splitter. It didn't have it was sung a cappella to begin with, but also put it in a splitter and even just remove if there was any type of, just to get to isolate the vocals even more. So it was totally a cappella. And I decided to go in and make some beats to it. First we started with some classical. I was really thinking of when I heard their voices, I was thinking of violins and shit. I'm like, oh shoot, okay, I like violins and piano. I love that bass. I put that bass guitar in there. So, I wanted some bass. So I was having a little ball in my little cheesy world. And I was even said, well, let me try to make some little hip hop songs and stuff and find some cute clips and stuff. I wanted to make like just playing around. I'm like, what is all this stuff? I'm not, I'm not, well educated in that. So I'm just literally playing like this, but it sounds like to me, I love it. I think I like it. I like it. I do. And then I had wanted to put like a nice little little clips and stuff to little visual with it, and that's it, that's about because they have like lyric videos anyways. That's like it's like a new version of a lyric video as far as stimulation. You have lyric videos and they also get kind of creative. And so um maybe I should add lyrics to it, but then people already know these songs. I just added the beats. I just made the beats, but the song is already somewhat popular, at least back in the day in the Black community. So let's play it.
For my
So that was that we are gonna play it again, and I'm gonna do a walkthrough of certain things. Um, to give more because I just wanted to play it through straight through. So this is starting off with the violins, and I was thinking of like the lights and opera houses, because when we talk about like the burning is light, I take it as like literally it is a burden to literally represent light and to be light and to have a lot of light, but it's also, the burden is light in terms of, you don't have much to worry about either. Like your burden, you're not really burdened. But then also, if you are burdened by light, that's a specific type of burden by light. um, because if you have a lot of light, then you can become a target. And so when you see Take Six saying that song, I actually get take that definition from it more so than just like it's more like the burden of actually representing light, like being a morning star. It's a lot. It's a thankless job. So that can be burdensome, believe it or not. So that's why it. Now, violins, the Atula violin means joy, but it also stands for like obviously Vatula is the name of a Roman entity, but I wasn't talking about that particular Roman entity in this video. When I use the Haya Vatula, the Vatula literally just means violin, but it's also a play on uh, it's also a play on joy, so like a joy. So Haya, that means life, joy of life, but also Haya, female joy of life, or female god of like joy. That's literally what the Haya Vatula stands for, but God, life of joy. That's kind of a play that you can, or God's life of violin, or you can go in there, but okay. Give you rest. Take my yoke upon you and learn of me, for I am meek and lowly in heart, and you shall find rest unto your soul's rest. So I always like that photo. It's a remake of Leonardo da Vinci, and a couple people have remade it, and the Haya Vatula, they drew it the way, for those who understand how to crack those codes in the Bible, they drew it the way that they saw it in their mind's eye. Unto your soul's rest, unto your souls, it's easy. That's why I used a lot of lights, like in the clips. This is a lot of lights because it's literally the burden is light. But not like reincarnation, like flashlight, light. That represented like literally electromagnetism and phosphorus and fluorine. Every spectrum of light, ultraviolet light, uh, infrared light, all of that. Just it's light, like sunlight. But even melanin is a fragment of light too. Melanin is light. It's a prerequisite before it's the a precursor. It's a requirement for light to even come about, to even think of formulating. Why else would it need to? It has to, you know. I'm not talking too much. Let me know. That's an artwork piece by Jonathan Green. So that's the other artist. They did that. They redid the drawing too. And so I had like that because see these lights up here. They're like lights over on the angels' heads right there. So that's why I put that. It made me think of that. And then obviously being, everything's like kind of like a world stage, and even the role that we're even playing, even in physical carnation for those who can decipher what that part means. So this is the Spinners. This is not Take Six who sings it, but the Spinners, they sing this song. It's a shame the way you mess around with your man. It's a shame the way you hurt me. It's a shame the way you mess around with your man. I'm something all alone on the telephone, you know, but you won't call at all. So this is the Spinners, and they have their star. A lot of people say the Star of David is not found in the Bible. The codes to make this star, it is because it stands for electromagnetism. Upside down triangle put together is nothing but divine, the integration of divine masculine and divine feminine. And it does signal the morning star, and it does, and it is the codes is found in there. Okay. And again, there's a Ethiopian version. So I made this beat, and I wanted to show, this is Spelman College, the girls, they do like to do their hair. And I wanted to show like the Chicago step dance in the name of love, that type of I think it was called the step, it's not step dancing. Damn, what's that? It's the Chicago step, all that type of stuff. I was trying to show that stuff. I look like that lady from the reparations. I wanted to say her name, but I was trying to start no drama. I done started so much. Not that I started it, I felt like I finished it. But this, I'm gonna say her name so bad, but she's like, "You trying to pick on me?" But this look like so and so from the reparations thing. And I thought that this was, a cute video to show him the dancing. He got that little thing on his head. I think he's trying to show balance and stamina. So here I was just trying to but as far as the beat, I was just trying to see what sounds good. I'm trying to understand what lo-fi is and those things and stuff. And so I just see the word synth and I'm trying, just playing around. And I thought I liked it. So I said, well, I'll just keep it. But I was trying to actually put Take Six song to it, but it just no matter how much, even with me changing the tempo and the pitch and all that, it just didn't mesh. So I just was like, well, I'm just gonna keep the beat. But I was trying to transpose the song over into it's just the pace is just no. It was just a no. So this was one of my favorite parts. So I made that beat. I was trying to play around. I was had a good little time. I was able to change the tempo and the speed and the song and get what I was looking for to an extent. But I really love this clip too. Like, and they used it. They used it. I didn't put that word "law and order" there. It was already on there. And so a lot of people don't know that law and order comes from the Moors. That term "law and order" it comes from. It was taught to as far as the military scientists that help set up some things that a lot of people think when people say law and order, they don't realize that black people taught them that. It's funny seeing it though. They say we want law and order, and it's like law and order. You know what that means? Like law. Do you know who is behind the crafting of actual laws? That's why you have to be careful with that. You don't want too much laws. Remember when we talk about judicial, remember the Queen Mothership, who always oversees the judicial, the women. And then when you say law, and there's some things in there. The law and order. That was a saying that was taught to the that be talking about that's so old. Ooh, that's so ancient. Ooh. And it's not like that's usually for military. It's not really for like the average citizen, but the average citizen does hear it a lot. Law and order. It used to be screamed a lot. At the kids, like they law and order. I know it sounds weird because I'm like tapping into like past lives and shit. It's like, but it's interesting to see how it's so fascinating to see that this stuff is still like somebody just put this on and see these black people just put it says law and order and they are doing a little dance, but they're still having fun and being silly, but it's you see they still are moving on the core. They still had to take the time to move and learn. And so that's what that is, law. It's an actual aspect of law and order. Doesn't mean like it's all boring and we're all looking and twiddling our thumbs. And no, like you still got to have law and order with everything that you do. It's discipline and precision, even when it's time to dance, when it's time to have fun. You got to learn to dance. You still got to be disciplined to learn how to dance. That's why a lot of you see step, a lot of when Janet Jackson used to do her dancing, it used to look like a lot like a lot of military moves. That stuff was by design. Um, yeah. And it's passed down through culture, through epigenetics. You can still see the remnants of it. I mean, why else? Look at this. And so I made the beat, and I saw it and I put it to, I said, "Oh, look at this." So that's right here is that's Bill Bailey. He performed this at the Apollo Theater in Harlem. But this was he did the first variation of the moonwalk. A lot of people don't know that. And so Bill Bailey obviously is before Michael Jackson, but he used to do like a lot of dancing. Like he didn't quite dance like Michael Jackson, obviously, but you know um it's been said that he was one of his influences in terms of some of the way he would move. But Michael Jackson just obviously took it to a whole other level. And so I love this part because here's the thing. It's like, and I'm gonna talk to Black Americans on this. Like you always got that one person that's just weird. Like Aquarius tend to kind of just be, they just do something. It's like, why are you what? Huh? And so what I loved about this part is that here's this black dude. It's everybody's skating. It's supposed to be everybody's having a good time, funky time skating. He know how to skate. He's skating too. But he off in his own little world. He brought a wheel to the damn skating ring and he acting like he driving going around the skating ring. And I know what this energy feels like because I've always kind of been like that myself, my whole life growing up in the community is I mean, usually what I would do, it might be eccentric at first, but then everybody would start doing it eventually. But I was one of the the guy right here. It reminded me of myself. That's why I put it in there. It reminded me of myself. Like here go the random weirdo. Here go the random person. They in their own little world. They having a little fun time. Everybody else is they dancing, you know. But he and I saw other videos of him. And he be getting busy. He do his thing, but he always be doing something weird. It just reminded me of myself. I said, growing up, Black American, and I'll show you the look. Like, look out the way. Watch this part right here. See, he in his world. He in his bag right now. But it's like, notice he's by himself, and everybody else. That I mean, but watch this. Watch this part right here. He really thinking he driving, going around the ring, going on. But do you see this black dude right here in the background with the shades looking? Like, really, nigga? I'm telling you, my whole life, this has been this look right here, and I could see the look right through the shades. I could see the look through the shades. Like, why do you have a will? Like, really? Like, ain't nobody gonna bother him. Don't nobody care that he doing something weird. In fact, shit, you might the next week you might see other niggas got their wheels and shit. They gonna copy. Shoot, that might be fun to act like you going around the ring just driving, you know, and all wild while you skating. That might be fun, you know. And see, usually kids, usually with that type of energy, and that's why kids used to mimic me a lot. Anytime there were kids around me, they used to always talk because that type of energy kids mimic. Like when people do stuff like because as adults, you know, be like, you're weird. But like I'm telling you, a kid will grow and grab that wheel and be acting right around that ring. And so it reminded me that I said, even though he's an old man, he's doing something very kid-like and he's having a really good time and he's really enjoying himself. And it is different. Ain't nobody else got no wheel. No driving car wheel, no skating ring. Nobody else got that but him. But he's having fun, and that's literally all that matters. And like I said, my whole life, when I said, "Oh, I got to put that in that clip," because I said that remind me so much of myself growing up, of me being that person that would do stuff like this, or would be looked at like how this dude is looking at him in the background, like really. That's how I'm telling you, that was my whole life. Now I ain't gonna hold you, like I always had a little more swag, so people would always end up copying something I'm doing. Copies definitely became a style or something to what you know what I wore or something. But I was always doing something definitely different. Um, and definitely something eccentric too. Like really, huh? And to be honest, you know, as people with sociology backgrounds, they're in the social experiment, so they like to kind of sometimes do things for shock value, or sometimes do things to observe people's reactions to glitches. You know, and that's always been a part of my personality, always. Like my nickname growing up by my adopted sister was only Jenny in America. The only Jenny in America. The only it was like the only Jenny in America. And then the other one, I was like, I remember one time she said, do you do shit for shock value? She said, sometimes I think you be doing shit for shock value because she said you she said, did you know we was all watching you do that? And I really was like, no, I really just didn't give a fuck. And she really, in her mind, convinced herself that I did that shit on purpose. I remember being a kid, and she was like, "You did that for shock," because everybody was like, and I'm like, "I actually didn't. I didn't know you guys were looking." I'm actually kind of embarrassed, but I don't give a fuck. I don't care. But you know, I want to encourage people to even if you do something that's kind of quirky or eccentric, just do it. Like it don't matter. And people are gonna look like I said. This dude right here, with this shades on, like really that was the look I got my whole life. Because I was always doing something. I love this. I thought this was so funny because he always in doing something weird in a video. Like I said, I thought that was so funny. I said, as like I said, I used to go to parties in high school. I had a friend that was also like me at the time. She was on a whole nother level though. Like when she used to, I mean, we talk about somebody that used to do pranks on people before we, like before it was even a YouTube. This person was pranking people, and guess what? Random people. Yeah, like how motherfuckers would get their cameras and try to go in the hood or go around people to prank them, and then put it online for viral because whatever. This was okay. We talking about 2007, 2008. In person, no camera. They didn't even have the phones we had. Didn't even have no camera on them. So my friend would get off on doing pranks on people and watching their reaction. And that was the funnest thing at 14, 15, 16, 17 years. Oh man, that was I mean, because I was laughing every day. She would prank a motherfucker, not even think twice about it. She knew martial arts, wasn't nobody gonna swing up on her. And then we weren't touching or invading nobody's space. So the type of pranks we would do was just to see glitches that throw off people's reaction. Like, really, motherfucker? Not nothing disrespectful or somebody gonna haul off, which we did piss somebody off really bad one time. It wasn't even so much me, it was her, but it got really bad. Um, yeah, but like at the bus stop and all this, that was our thing. Like to see a reaction and get to do it. She used to do them pranks, the just it was hilarious. I remember that song Swag and Surf came out. The swag, I'm surf, I'm swag. And we were in high school. I think we were seniors and there was that party. You do that dance. And you do that, I'm swag, I'm surf. I'm swag. So I was like, prank time, we would give each other this look like it's time to prank these niggas. It's time to get a reaction out of these niggas. And she would go, be doing the swag circuit. I mean, when I say she was doing it so crazy though, and she was doing it crazy on purpose, and her hands was going all over the black people. She was grabbing their hair, not pulling it, but like rubbing their his swag. I'm saying, doing it just obnoxious, crazy, and even people started laughing because at that it was a lot of people that know that motherfucker always pranking us. But it was some like you crazy. I remember I saw some black niggas walking away. You crazy, you crazy. Oh, we had got a Oh, we had a ball laughing at that because we used to do that at every party. But I would have her do it because she's like making me laugh. I ain't gonna hold you. Like I was a little more on a conservative realm. Now I love social experiments and pranks and stuff. I like to watch them though. I wasn't necessarily bold enough to actually do the deed to do the pranking, but to have a friend that was bold enough, like we talking about like bold, like just didn't care what somebody was going to say about it. I mean, we was pranking people even in high. She would prank people in high school. She was literally doing that shit in high school, and a lot of people they was they like I said, they weren't going to give her no big issues and but she was pranking motherfuckers. It was just a thing that we did pranks. We always I didn't realize, even me and my biological sister, we did a lot of pranks with each other. And then even me and my nephew was always pranking. But to have a friend that would carry it out publicly, this was before YouTube, Lord, we had a ball. And we ain't never get punched or nothing like that. But when we would go to them parties and she would do the crate dancing all wild and jumping on and people would just be looking like, it's not that deep, my nigga. Like that's what some people would say that like it's not that deep. It's not you're doing too much. That's OD. And or be laughing like, what is that? And she was always doing the prank. But that swag surf one, that was the funniest because her hands was going all over these black boys' heads, all her hands all in their head, her hands all in their going down their back. I'm looking like, what is she doing? And people was trying to, that's not how the dance go. I remember they was like, that ain't how the dance go, girl. They trying to teach her the movements and she all acting all crazy, acting, how you doing it? And they thinking, okay, you must be really slow or something. Or you must be crazy, But and she wasn't. She was just it was just pranking that motherfucking ass. So they probably saw, Oz are doing something crazy at the parties. It was all planned. We were just trying to make people laugh or try shit. She's trying to literally make me laugh because I used to be like, "Can you do a prank? It makes me laugh." I used to say that to her. Can you do a prank? It makes me, and I used to be cracking up. Well, I'm talking about tears coming out of my eyes, buckled over on the floor. And so, luckily I had a best friend that was just like, "Oh, okay, I'll take the L. You want me to make you laugh? Let me do some crazy prank." And I was cracking up. And then you two come out with pranksters, but it didn't hit the same. But let's keep going.
Turn it up.
Part right here, pause it. That's E. Jones. That's not my beat production. This part right here is E. Jones. This part too, he was being really free. He was like on some twinkle toes type shit, the way he was doing his skating dance. Six, that was one of I mean, obviously the image in the middle is me, and then there's a opera house, but then that's the take six. That's the group take six. That the the actual. I think it's six brothers or six. And so, again, that's what when I made this beat, I was thinking more so of changing the chords. Like it was more so me doing, because again, when you create music, it is tuning. It does send out that frequency of a tune. And so I heard you niggas talking about, okay, that sound like Game of Thrones. It's giving Game of Thrones. So what? So what? I like it, and it don't matter because when he's saying those rock, 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 those are those are Hebrew chants. They just don't. They just you just think it sounds just like Roman, but it's not. And this is I also get like there's a clip about Hannibal Barker of Carthage, or Barca rather, Hannibal Barca of Carthage, who was a military general, military scientist, and that's it was also um another reason why he influenced this beat pretty much is what I'm saying. Like I knew that I was wanted to talk about something with Hannibal Barker. And so that's what influenced me to make this particular beat. So when you guys say, that sounds like Game of Thrones. So look what? I know what I'm doing. So that's what made me think of that's what made me think of that particular beat was Hannibal Barker. Mm-hmm. Sure did. Yep. And so how do I stop sharing? I'm gonna stop sharing that. It's about to end it on over here. And I also wanted to do like so I wanted to do like more of a real natural look with like a wash and go. And so that's literally that's why I styled my hair. That's literally just right out the shower. And so I like the wash and go look. I want a real natural look from hair. So that's why I put that picture up because it's like, well, this is like literally just that's how my hair looks right out the shower. It's always been that way my whole life. And what I do is if I put when you take a blow dryer, you blow it, you can make it into an afro too. Sure, it can. You can make it into an afro. Oftentimes, like what I like to do is the twist and then sometimes a press and curl or just a twist to make some waves. But wash and go, I would say you risk getting knots at the end of the curls. You get knots, what's it called? What's it called? Wash and go on the knots that I used to be getting in people's hairs. I used to wear wash and goes a lot in my early 20s. And then I used to, but it can really, wash and goes, to me, it seemed like it damages black hair. But another thing, that's why a lot of Black Americans, even though we have the same hair texture like this, it's just better to just pick out an afro. It's better because you're getting rid of the knots. That's why you could just pick it out and just make it into an afro instead of having wash and go or instead of trying to wear it so curly. It causes less damage, but you still can't wear an afro every day because unless boys, I don't know, it seems like their hair don't be breaking off. If girls try to wear an afro every day, I don't know, maybe because of the different protein mechanisms and something different between male and females where their boys' hair don't break off if they wear afro every day, like how a black girl's hair, afro would kind of start to, if it's too much manipulation or something where it's sensitive, it's more sensitive or something. Maybe somebody can study that. They don't get split ends as much as the girls either. I noticed that. Maybe because they cut the hair more. It's the only thing I can think of. But you could if for to reduce hair breakage from wash and goes, you can just pick it out into an afro. But that's why I wear my hair straight a lot, anyways, because I don't want to be manipulating it too much, and then you really don't have to worry about knots or mangles and getting it tangled or getting it bad or anything. You won't really have to worry about any knots if you just, you know, you know, have a press and curl, but that's not always realistic. Anyways, let me stop talking about hair. I just really liked so well let me do something, where I just a natural look just right out the shower. As far as hair and whatnot. Um Now I'm gonna take my ass up on off of here. God bless. Let me first take it off Rumble because we are on Rumble. So let me remove that if you're on Rumble. Thanks for stopping by and coming through. I appreciate you. So let me This one Rumble. And I went to, it was only 9:10. For some reason, I didn't, what? Damn, I really thought I would be off of here in 2 hours. It's 4 hours and 42 minutes. Dang. Oh well. But you guys take care. Love you. Bye.